This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening. Welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of Targeted Massachusetts nor Stars International. And we are rolling. Okay, we have a guest this evening. He should be appearing at any time. And his name is Ronnell Jackson, and he has a YouTube out, one that I know of, and he's going to talk about targeting. I mean, what else do we talk about on here? No, actually, we talk about a lot of things. The effects of So, Ronnell, are you with us? He may be trying to get on here as well. Let me just check text messages. Oh, I just wanted to say, for those of you who tried to join the V2K call, myself and one other individual were there until after 6:30, and at that point in time, I just decided that no one was coming. And that's the way it is. We'll try again next week.
I was there at 6:20 and there was nobody there. It was silent. So I left.
Your clock must be different than mine.
Oh, maybe. But it was quiet. Nobody was. You might have been there.
And go out. Is that Luda?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get you tagged.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. This is Ronnell Jackson.
Hi, Ronnell. How you doing?
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. Calling in for the talk.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, what we can do is I'm going to mute the room, and you can take over. And if you want to proceed along the lines you did with your video, that would be fine. And we'll be listening. And then we can have a Q&A afterwards. Okay. Go right ahead, Ronnell.
My name is Ronnell Jackson, and I've been a targeted individual for the past 45 years. And I'm 67 years old. I just came out of prison in June of last year, having done 34 years. And this was as a result of being a targeted individual for at least 10 years. And it forced me to do some things to try to get relief, to get freedom from this. And I ended up killing someone, kidnapping another, and I was sentenced. So I did 34 years, but even during my time in prison, the harassment kept on. The manipulated dreams, the physical sensations, the pains that were unexplained, that come out of nowhere for no apparent reason. This is 24/7. It never stopped. It never stopped from when this started back during the 70s when I was in my 20s. I had just gotten married, and that's when the harassment started. The phone calls, nobody saying anything, being followed by cars, whenever I went anywhere. The street theater. Now, all of this during 1970, never heard of the word targeted individual. Never heard. Never uh, heard of anybody going through the things that I went through at that time. I thought I was the only one. When I tried to tell family, when I tried to tell friends, they didn't know what I was talking about. So I was all alone. And even then, there was electronic, I guess you would say, electronic harassment, where they have the technology to see through your eyes. Now I got news about this from a publication uh, from John St. Clair Quay. He was a former NSA employer, and he brought a lawsuit against the NSA because he found out that they were doing this sort of thing, and they started harassing him. And I got a copy of the lawsuit, and everything that he claims that went on, I went through. So, you know, uh, everything. And I had thoughts of going back to court. Now, this was when I was still locked up. I had thoughts of going back to court, getting a retrial because of all the things that all the information I had accumulated. But I realized that would not be enough. So I read where Gloria Naylor, an African American, famous African American playwright and an author, she had been a targeted individual. She talked about her experiences in a book titled 1996. Now, she's the first celebrity that I had heard of that had been a targeted individual. I started writing libraries, trying to find information on this sort of thing. I would get things back like copies of what do you call them? What do you call them? Patents from the United States Patent Office, where a number of these inventions were patented. So that was also proof. But like I said, I got out of prison in June of last year, and the same thing goes on. I'm trying to get my life back together. Come to find out that a worldwide campaign is going on by TIs to bring our plight to the knowledge of the public. Now, this I did not know, and it encouraged me. I'm glad to see this. And just about a week ago, I found out that they've been putting up billboards. You know what I'm saying? Along the highways, or wrap signs around trains and such things as this. And it is very encouraging. And so I wanted to add my voice to it. So that's why I started going on making YouTube videos. The last one is the third one I had made. And I was trying to give a solution to all of this, because I believe that I was one of the first ones maybe in this area that had been targeted. Because this started back when it was in 1972 or 1973, and this was going on way back then. And so yeah, and in that last video, I gave the solution. I told them, well, in the video, I said that if you offer the people behind this technology, if you offer a reward, these people will come forward. And when I say a reward, I'm talking about millions of dollars. Give them immunity from prosecution if they come forward. Keep them anonymous as an incentive. And I think this will work. Uh, I contacted Ella Free's Ella Free podcast for targeted individuals. Come to find out, she said that a couple of months ago, uh, wealthy Ti had offered $1 million for somebody to come forward with evidence, not just talk, not by mouth, but with evidence of this kind of electronic harassment uh, and things of this nature. Are you still there?
Yes, sir. We're all here. And as the moments go by, more people come in. So you have a very interesting story. And the fact that you have come up with a reward is interesting. That gives the perps an impetus to come forward and give.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I've been putting this in a deposition. Well, when I first got locked up, this was in '84. I started writing out a deposition to try to explain everything as best I could, although I didn't have any way to prove it. And I was trying to get people to get on board and offer a reward then. Then I found this article in my hometown of Winston-Salem where it says make whistleblowing worthwhile by offering a reward. As a matter of fact, I sent that text to you. I think I did. After I talked to you this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
So this is an idea that can't fail, because I believe that the people behind this, they do keep records. Might be video records, might be audio records. I believe they do keep records on certain individuals. It might be all of us. And nobody is, exempt from these kinds of harassments.
Yeah, we found basically the same information in terms of no one is exempt, but we have found, or Richard Lighthouse has found actually a template of a list. It just has to be filled in, and you're an automatic target. So that is something that we'll have to get you a copy of. And there are many things we'll have to get you a copy of.
Is that on his website, Frank?
I am not sure of that.
We put our hands on looking at that.
Okay, I can give you a link to it.
Okay. Oh, I don't. I'm not in the chat.
Well, I can actually mail it to you.
Okay. Do you know my email?
Yep, it begins with H, right?
No. Let me check my email.
Okay.
Also, I have a couple questions for Ronnell.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, you can.
I can hear you.
Okay. Do you have email, Ronnell?
Oh, yes, I do.
And that's my first question. I have one more question. Go ahead.
Yes, I do have the email address. Did you hear me?
I can put
Yeah.
that.
Do you want us to go to Frank, or do you give it out, or what?
Oh, yes, I give it out. Do you want it?
I'm ready.
It's Ronnie, RONNIE WD7 @gmail.com.
Okay, Ronnie WE7. Is that what he said?
Okay, it's RONNIEWB7 at
AWB. Okay. Got it. Okay. Ronnie WB7. Okay. And the other question I had is, did they use directed energy weapons, external weapons on you while you were in prison?
Oh yeah, well, this never stopped.
Okay, but I thought you meant like the V2K, the internal stuff, but I didn't know if they were using, lasers or radiation on you in the prison.
uh, I couldn't quite understand what she said. What was that now?
Okay, hang on. Let me take you off. Okay, can you understand me better?
Yeah, talk slowly, cause your word is kind of electronically. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, I gathered from what you said that the V2K and the internal, voices in R&M was nonstop. But did you experience like, lasers directed or radiation directed at you while you were in prison?
I can't quite say. Mostly, they would. My mind would be invaded while I'm asleep. And the most horrendous things that you can imagine, I have seen in dreams. Because when I was coming up as a kid, I can probably count on one hand the number of dreams I've had. And all of a sudden, I was dreaming. All of a sudden, when all this harassment started, I'm dreaming every day. Every time I go to sleep, every time.
Okay, so that was always internal. That was internal inside your brain. I was trying to find out if you were getting the external stuff that a lot of us are getting.
Physical sensations, pains, itching, making you sneeze for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Sometimes they make me sneeze maybe about 20 times nonstop.
Wow.
Wow. I don't have a cold. Pain here, muscle twitches, sprains, whatever. You name it. Dave gave me the sensation. Now this is every day, every single day. They let me know, that I'm on their radar. They don't want me to forget.
Okay, that was it. That was it on my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions? Or Ronnell, would you like to continue?
Hey, what's up, Frank?
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, I got a question. Hey, what's up, Ronnie? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
All right, this Kevin from L.A., California. When you was up in there, was they like dogging you out and everything, and like putting you on the back burner and everything?
What are you asking? You talking about when I was in prison?
Yeah. Was they you know what I mean, like basically like dogging you out, you know what I mean, as a targeted individual? You know what I mean? Was they just like literally, you know what I mean, like messing with you up in there like real bad and just dogging you out and singling you out?
What do you mean, the inmates or the officers?
Yeah, everything, just the whole situation. You know what I mean? Yeah, both the inmates and the officers.
Well, this is something I didn't discuss with inmates, and I did try to discuss it with officers. But I've known from the get that that the police department, the media, all of them had knowledge of me. You run it. I see strangers and it's instant recognition. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen these people before, and then I might be in a crowd where there's conversation, and all of a sudden everything that I did that day or maybe spoke to someone, then it's coming out of their mouth, and I turn around. Yeah, you see people they come. They might pass me on the street. A lot of this happened a lot. Pass me on the street, and there's this sly smile. You know what I'm saying? Or a wink. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
as if they know something that I don't.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. Yeah, you can basically feel it, and you know what I mean. You can just see it. You know what I mean. I mean, you can just see the guilt all on them. You know what I mean. You can like single them out and tell the ones that's like, you know what I mean. Basically, you know what I mean. Somebody then told them something about you.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
When they monitor you, they monitor you 24/7.
yeah.
Uh, because of this remote neural monitoring system they got, they hear
Uh,
everything and they see everything.
see
In other words,
everything. Yeah. They
they
got me connected.
actually,
They got me hooked up. Yeah, they got me hooked up to all of it as well, man. I know
yeah.
exactly what you mean.
So ain't there's you don't have a personal life anymore. Anything you do, they're gonna see through your very own eyes. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
exactly.
Anything you
Yeah.
say, they're gonna hear it through your ears. Now that's the kind of technology that they have, and you
Yeah,
can
and everything you
imagine.
try to,
Yeah,
everything.
you don't have a personal life. Anything that you do,
Yeah,
they're gonna
yeah.
see it.
Yeah, anything you try to do, they have it sabotaged before you even get it done. They already sabotaged it for you.
Yeah, it's like
Wherever you
that.
go, wherever you
Very
go,
like.
they already be there waiting on you. But they be there before you, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, same here with me, man. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
All
that's.
right.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna let you. Is there any more questions?
Oh, I'm sure there'll be a ton. Uh, if you want, you can continue, or we can see if anybody else has any questions.
Oh, let me get your Can you repeat your email address again, Ronnie? Or either Frank? Can one of y'all repeat it again so I can write it down?
It's Ronnie WB7 at gmail.com.
Can you repeat that again? My phone is like going in and out.
That's Ronnie RONNIE WB7 at gmail.com.
You said WDW,
WB7
WEW.
WB7
Oh, WUWB.
7
I can't understand you.
Okay, Kevin, I'll give it to you. It's
Uh,
RONNIEWB7, the number 7, at
yes.
gmail.com.
All right. I got it. Ronnie WB7 at gmail.com.
That's it.
That's correct.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so this has been happening for so many years. Do you remember a time when you weren't targeted, or is it just been so long that it seems like you've always been targeted?
Well, I started being targeted back in around about 72 or 73. I was 20 years old at the time. So this goes way back.
I guess it does. Wow.
So you can imagine me, once now the crimes happened in 1984, and when I went to trial, you can imagine me trying to explain what was going on, and I didn't have an ounce of proof to prove it. You know what I'm saying? So I allowed my attorneys to talk me into pleading guilty by reason of insanity. You know what I'm saying? Because all TIs, they believe all TIs have a mental problem anyway. You know, so uh, I went through that through the trial, and got convicted of second degree murder and first degree kidnapping. Uh, and I was sent to prison.
Well, that's happened to a number of other people that were also targeted.
I this last video that I made. Is there any way that you can put it out there where these people can go online and see it?
Certainly. Yeah, I certainly can.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you do that.
How long actually is the video?
This one, excuse me. This one is about 27 minutes long.
Okay, we can play it now if you want to. That's up to you, sir.
Well, you can play it if you want to.
All right. Any objections? It's your call. Okay, you continue to talk. It'll take me a minute.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm a 67-year-old TI, and I'm trying to get deliverance like all TIs are. And I do appreciate the fact that we have a worldwide global campaign going on to make the population wise, to our situation. I do appreciate that. And people need to get on board. Not just TIs, but those that are not TIs. Because anybody can become a target at any time.
Okay, I've got this queued, so we can go ahead, I think.
Y'all be patient with me because I have to write down everything that I have to say. I'm not that articulate, so bear with me. Hello, America, and hello to every targeted individual on the face of this earth. My name is Ronnell Jackson, and I have been a targeted individual for the past 45 years. 34 of those years were spent in North Carolina prisons. Why? Because I tried to expose the people behind the harassments, especially the electronic harassments. But I did it in the wrong way. For 10 years, I had to endure these harassments. I was so distraught and traumatized, I was on the verge of suicide on a number of occasions. So I tried to force the people at a local television station to admit to their involvement, because I believed at the time that they were. And I did it using a loaded 9mm pistol. I ended up shooting and killing one individual and kidnapping another. I was released from prison last year in June 2018. In my previous videos, I promised that I would reveal the solution to the atrocities carried out targeted individuals when certain requirements are met. However, I believe the time to act is now. But I must tell you this first. From the very first day I entered the prison system, there was instant recognition from prison officials. They knew me by face. I had never met these people, yet every prison I was transferred to, every one of them knew me instantly. I'm telling you this from my own personal experience. For years, I listened to the comments, innuendos, jokes, and laughter whenever they first lay eyes on me. I was When I received my time in sentence, they sent me to Central Prison in Raleigh. That's where I first went. Mind you, these are total strangers. How else would they know me except through the network of electronic surveillance? All TIs know what I'm talking about, because the extraordinary truth of all this is that all TIs have had the same experiences. That alone should open the eyes and ears of the uninformed. In my years of experience, I have come to know that celebrities have known about electronic surveillance and harassments for decades because they have indulged in it. Again, I speak from personal experience. This includes politicians of whom targeted individuals are asking for help, I'm sorry to say. But speaking of celebrities, they are the people whom we have idolized for their beauty and talents for years. We watch them on television, in movie theaters, and listen to them on the radio, whether actor, musician, athlete, or whatever. They may not have had anything to do with the creation of electronic surveillance technology, but they are privy to it. They can bear witness to its existence if they choose to. None of them have, except for one that I know of. Her name is Gloria Ronnell, an acclaimed African-American author and playwright known all over the world. And the reason she spoke up is because she had been a targeted individual herself. Sorrowfully, she died of a heart attack in 2016 at the age of 66. She wrote about her experiences in a book titled 1996. And because of her celebrity status, I believe with all my heart that she was steadily and methodically murdered by her tormentors because she inspired hope and protest in her fellow TIs. Concerning my own personal experiences, it was obvious to me that any conversation I had in the privacy of my own home was somehow heard by many people, whether in my hometown in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, or anywhere on the globe, if my tormentors chose to broadcast it. A man named John St. Clair Acquire, and I hope I'm pronouncing that name right, a former NSA employee, says that NSA personnel can dial up any individual in the country on the Signals Intelligence EMF scanning network, and their computers will then pinpoint and track any individual 24 hours a day. This kind of technology has the capability to access an individual's visual cortex, to see everything seen through an individual's eyes. In the same way, this technology can access the auditory cortex of an individual's brain to listen to anything the individual says. When all of this first began, I used to search the radio dial to see if my voice came across any stations. But all I heard was regular programming. But in this city of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, I knew some or many residents were able to hear my voice. By what means, I do not know. No one has ever approached me and intimated to me that I was being eavesdropped upon. Nevertheless, I promised a solution. And here it is. To all TIs and to all TI advocates and organizations, key to resolving our dilemma is to offer a monetary reward to those who will come forward with physical evidence that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that electronic surveillance and eavesdropping was carried out on one particular TI. Because of my personal experiences, which I believe to be somewhat unique. I offer myself as that particular TI. I say that because I became a targeted individual during the early 70s. I was just entering my 20s. My personal life became non-existent. I was harassed by the television industry, the motion picture industry, every form of media, parts of the general population. And I know that may sound far-fetched to many, including some TIs, but I believe my solution will inevitably confirm my allegations. As I said earlier, I believe my experiences are unique, apart from most TIs. For instance, sometime around 1972 or 1992 or 1993, I discovered that I could see images of people whenever I closed my eyes. I'm not talking about the images my tormentors put in my mind when I'm asleep. These are images I see when my eyes are closed while wide awake. They are not crisp images as if watching television, but they are distinct enough to tell they are people. And these images have been present 24 hours a day since 1993. I've never heard other TIs claim that as one of their experiences. From day one, my tormentors have used their signals intelligence technology to thoroughly monitor me. And because it enables them to see through my eyes and to hear through my ears, they have witnessed every second of my life since the early 70s. Not a day has gone by that they didn't make me aware of their presence, either through physical sensations or putting images in my mind whenever I went to sleep. I believe they have recorded every minute of those 45 years. That's why I offer a monetary reward as the solution. Because when it comes to human nature, there's one element of it you can always rely on: greed. Put up enough money, and even the most stubborn of individuals will divulge the best kept secrets. This is an ironclad, guaranteed solution to our dilemma. I propose that we offer a reward of at least $10 million or more to people who can produce audio and visual recordings from my very own eyes and ears. If they can produce any of these recordings that reveals instances when I was incarcerated, these would be undeniable. Now the question arises, where will this money come from? My answer is this: if all these well-off people in political office who claim to sympathize with us won't come together to offer this reward, we can raise the money from among ourselves, our families, and our true friends. If every TI all over the globe, and I believe they number in the millions, if they would just give $1, it would cover any size of a reward. But this message must go out to the four corners of the world through every available medium. What we will be doing is outpaying our tormentors' employers. And I'm quite sure that no one, even in the CIA, NSA, or research centers, make that kind of money in a year's time. This is the solution. I'm calling on organizations like Targeted Justice and Freedom for Targeted Individuals and media outlets like Ella Free to take this message to heart, to TIs, and to the entire world community. Make me your poster boy for this campaign. use my image on billboards, placards, and rap signs, make me go viral. However, there's one thing you may not know about me. I have suffered from social anxiety since childhood. But when the harassments began, I developed an even worse disorder called agoraphobia. On one occasion, I didn't leave my house for 2 years. On another, I didn't leave my house for 3 years. Now, multiply the anxiety factor by 34 years of incarceration, and you have a severely traumatized individual. So, for someone like myself, who is willing to expose himself to the world in this manner, speaks of desperation that is far, far off the scale. Yes, I am fucking tired of the people behind this technology. To those people who are not targeted individuals, who have not experienced these kinds of harassment, or never knew such atrocities were taking place in this country, it doesn't mean that you are not victims. These tormentors don't have to harass you to monitor you. They can still spy into and invade your life through your own eyes and ears 365 days of the year, and you wouldn't know it unless they wanted you to know. Just consider every personal thing, every intimate moment that occurs in the privacy of your own home. Things you wouldn't want anyone to see or hear. You wouldn't know unless they wanted you to know. If they chose to monitor your moments in the shower, or sitting on your toilet, or in your bedrooms, you wouldn't know it. If you were scanning over important classified papers that's nobody's business but your own, how would you know if these people weren't looking through your eyes? How would you know if they spied the balance in your checkbook or plagiarized a manuscript you've written? What if a loved one of yours, whom you know to be the picture of health, with no family history of heart attacks, seizures, or aneurysms, if they suffered one of those maladies, you wouldn't know if these tormentors caused it. And they are capable of such acts. What I'm trying to get over to you is that no one is safe from these people, and you should be concerned. Because they could be murdering you right now. What I mean by that is that they could target any vital organ in your body with these directed energy weapons that they possess. Keep that energy trained on that organ 24 hours a day for months or years until that organ begins to fail. And by the time you develop symptoms, it's too late. You die. When an autopsy is done on your body, the examiner can only report that you died from organ failure. And there would be no way for him to know that you were intentionally murdered in cold blood. Because of my 45 years experience of being a targeted individual, there are some celebrities whom I truly believe were murdered by directed energy weapons, besides Gloria Naylor. So I do not understand why celebrities won't speak out about this, because they should realize that they're not immune to these directed energy weapon attacks no more than we are. Next, I want to address the citizens who reside in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, because I believe you may have some answers for me. Some of you who are old enough may remember the shooting and kidnapping that occurred at Channel 45 television station in Winston-Salem in 1984. You may also remember that I was the suspect. What I could never figure out was how my voice was being heard by the general population, apart from the people behind this technology. I'm certain many of you know. I mean, where and what was my voice coming from when you heard it? Was it over an AM or FM radio station? Was it a CB radio? I know that the majority of you weren't hired to eavesdrop on me, but you did hear me over some receiver near you, or you were told by someone who did. You see, it wasn't hard to figure out that some signals technology made it possible for my voice to be heard over a distance, but I could never prove it. Had I been able to prove it at my trial, I would not have wasted 34 years of my life in prison. Now that I am free, I'm asking you to step up and tell me. I'm not seeking to rail at you. That is not my goal. Neither is it the goal of TI spread throughout the world. What we want is deliverance from our tormentors. We want vindication because the uninformed believe TIs are mentally unbalanced. However, the informed can help us achieve vindication. And if you choose to tell me what I need to know, you can either contact me through my email or on Facebook. And if you didn't know, a global campaign to bring awareness to the plight of TIs is currently taking place. Be a part of it. Now, to those of you who claim the Christian faith, who attend the house of God regularly, if you know my voice was being overheard over some receiver, it is your God-given duty to come forward. For as the scriptures say, to him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin. That is what is called a sin of omission. Or does it take a reward for a Christian to step up? Let me elaborate more on my proposal. To Ella Free and freedom for targeted individuals. I am quite serious when I say I want my faith to represent targeted individuals worldwide. I have gone online and seen the billboards across the country displaying the teary eyes of a young woman. That is fantastic. I didn't know worldwide campaigns were in effect until I was released from prison last year. I'm asking you to put my face on billboards across the country also, because I have had more experiences than the average TI. I have seen actors on television shows like afternoon soap operas aim their dialogue at me. For instance, if I went out to mow my lawn, then after that, changed the oil in my car, then after that, I go to get a haircut, they would manipulate their lines slyly and slyly include all of those activities in their dialogue. They were never stupid enough to call me by name on national television, but they were definitely letting me know they could see and hear everything I did. So apparently there was some kind of monitor out of sight of the camera that displayed everything seen through my eyes. At first, I assumed that picture tubes were being installed with spy lenses. But it later occurred to me that these were outside activities, and sometimes I did things that were in other parts of the house where there was no television. This all began around 1972, which means that this type of technology existed way back then. It was confirmed to me in 2006 when I first read Gloria Naylor's book. In the back of the book is a copy of a lawsuit that John St. Clair Acquai, a former NSA employee whom I mentioned earlier, brought against the agency. He vows in that lawsuit that they possess that technology. But that is not all. I've had commercials aimed at me, songs, movies, newspaper headlines. I'm telling you, they came at me from all directions. I think I was the first, or maybe one of the first individuals whom they used this kind of technology on. Like I said, they came at me extravagantly and have not ceased to this day. I could write a book. That's why I am the right person for this, Miss Ella Free. If I prove what has happened to me, I vindicate every TI around the world. As far as the idea of a reward as an incentive is concerned, this can't fail. It can't. Think about it. Millions of people out of work, or people living from one paycheck to the next. $10 million or more would be a lifesaver. If we raise that kind of money, we automatically plant distrust among our tormentors. We plant suspicion because then they will begin to look at each other, wondering who will be the first to break rank, to jump ship, to defect, to blow the whistle for millions of dollars. Along with offering a reward, we offer anonymity and immunity from persecution. Wealthy celebrities that don't need the money, but it would be great if they came forward to admit they knew I was being eavesdropped on or spied upon, just out of a sense of moral principles or courage. But I'm quite sure they don't have either. Finally, let's be clear about what's required to claim the reward, because the reward will be given to anyone who can meet those requirements. 24 hours a day, my tormentors use remote neural monitoring technology to invade my mind and body, just like they do to all TIs. They can send images and voices into my brain, whether I'm awake or asleep. They can also see the images I form in my own mind. Remote neural monitoring sends and receives. They can hear an individual's thoughts and voice because they have the equipment to make it possible. They can affect every muscle and nerve in the body. They can see what an individual sees because they have monitors that displays it. And apparently, ordinary citizens can hear me whenever I speak. So, you must record my voice if you hear it from a remote location. You have to record what I see. Save it as evidence as well. If you can record the times when my mind is invaded while I'm sleeping, save it as evidence also. What I'm really hoping for are recorded footage of my time in prison. I'm talking about recorded footage as seen through my eyes. I'm also hoping for evidence from people associated with agencies like the NSA, CIA, and people associated with the media in any way. This is my proposal. This is the solution. Thank you.
And thank you. That was very well put together. And
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin. This is Levin TV on Blaze.
sorry about that.
What's the solution? He said, I missed most of it. What did he say was the solution?
Why don't you ask him, Barb?
Is he here?
Yeah, well, his solution is actually offering a reward, a substantial one, so
Yeah.
to the perps to turn themselves in.
Yeah, where are you going to get the money?
Well, the way I see it, since this campaign has been going on worldwide, I came to know that certain organizations have been trying to get the help of politicians, trying to get their attention, and to help bring this to the public, our plight. And most politicians, they're very wealthy. You know what I'm saying? And they do have money. And if the ones that claim to be sympathetic with us, they should be willing. But if they don't, we can raise the money ourselves.
Well,
Yeah,
may
how are you going to do that?
if I'd like, I have a suggestion. Just based on what some of us suspect the numbers of TIs are just in the U.S., if every TI donate in the U.S. donated $1, we would have $1 million right off the bat.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, because we number in the millions.
Something has to happen yet, and soon.
And see, these people let's just say that a person from the NSA comes forward. Now, any evidence that he has, he's going to have to be covert with it. You see what I'm saying? And he has to come forward, and no doubt he or maybe her wants to remain anonymous. We can do that. We don't want to put their name out there. All we want is the evidence to prove to the world that what we've been saying, our allegations have been true the entire time.
Well, I just listened to two videos on YouTube, and they were put out 2018, and they were by one's a PhD, the other's a doctor's, and they were the ones who did the Cuba investigation of the patients I guess there was only 25 people that were hit, and they did the investigations on them. One was Hoffa, and Balaban was another one. Kerry Balaban, I think that's how you pronounce his name. I'm sure I'm wrong on that. And then there was a third one, Caldon. Anyway, I've been watching the YouTubes the past few days, and they basically, one of them tells how these devices are affecting us, okay, on a physiological level. In other words, it's coming through the ears, through the sinus, and through the eyes is what they state, which I didn't know about the sinus and the eyes. And they explain several of the devices. They go into, they talk about certain technologies that have been weaponized. It was pretty interesting because a lot of the language that they were using was language that we use. And I was very surprised to see this type of language in the lectures by these, these people have status in the world. One is he was the third one, and he talked about he works at Georgetown University in DC, and he talked about the weaponization of certain tactics that were going on and certain devices. So I'm gonna chase down the links and put them in the chat. So if anybody else would like to listen to these videos, I think they add to the volume of proof as far as, you know, that we can use. And also, Eric Karlstrom just put out a email, and it's from Ronnie Kildee, from her book Bright Lights and Dark Shadows. You can buy that on Amazon. It's chapter 18, and it outlines the PERPS program, what their training, what they have to do to be a PERP. And I thought that that was extremely interesting. And I will also get the link and put that in the chat. That's okay with you, huh, Frank? Is he here?
Hi. Yes, yeah. I just actually asked if you would provide us with the links.
Oh, yeah, I will. I didn't see that. I'll go get them right now. And as far as this money is concerned and donations, I wish you well. Don't, you know, I'm not interested, but thanks anyway for asking me.
Uh,
I got a question.
okay.
What type of advertisement are you doing to raise money?
What kind of advertising am I doing?
Advertisement, yes.
All I've done is put up some. Now this was just a proposal. The proposal went up about 3 days ago, and I did it through my video on YouTube.
Okay.
And right now, a donation. People are giving. I just gave a donation to Freedom for Targeted Individuals. I gave a donation just yesterday in their GoFundMe thing. The money has to go to the campaign. In other words, they have a global campaign going on, but we got to get together. All TIs got to get together on this. It has to go media wild. You see what I'm saying? For everybody to get involved for this thing to work. And if you're going to give money, this can't fail. It can't fail.
The thing is going because people are losing various things that are part of their integral lives, and you know, it's got to be put together, and it can't wait. That's all. We've got to organize, you know, locally and the other way too.
Yeah. Okay. So if you raise the money, and a perpetrator comes, stalker, right, comes forward. He knows before he comes and talks to you. He knows that he has broken laws. Like here in the state of California, it's a felony offense, and depending on, depending on how many people he stalked and caused a mental problem, knowing that person that he stalked has frequencies on him too. Do you think that he or she's going to want to come forward, even though you put up how much money are you going to give them? Like, okay, you're going to turn yourself in, we're going to give you a reward for it.
This is part of the proposal. If they come forward, then we must give them anonymity, and also we have to work with the legal community to give them freedom from being prosecuted. That's the only way they're going to come forward.
Are all the TIs going to agree on this? Because there's a lot of TIs that have families and they lost their family. There's a lot of TIs that built a career or try to build a career and they couldn't even pursue the career. There's TIs that have businesses and lost that, had a career job and lost that, have just simple things in life and they lost that. There is daughters and sons that are they have certain type of mental problems because of what they've seen their parents are going through, and they don't know what to believe. Do you know where I'm coming
Yeah,
from? And I mean, I know that you what you're explaining. Okay, 50-50 it's gonna work, but you got to think about the stalkers of what they've done. Just think about what they've done. The TIs, there's a lot of stuff on. I want to press charges on this person. There's just no possible way I want to keep it a secret. Do you know what this person did to me? You see where I'm coming from? So we got to think of that part. I mean,
Yeah, I truly understand. I truly understand that. But
Good. Good.
the only way these people are going to come forward is they have a good incentive. You see what I'm saying? They have to have a good incentive.
yeah, but there is no law.
You know,
There is no law in any state that's going to protect them in that sense. Even if you have a contract, even if you took it to different lawyers and have it, whatever you do, because when somebody presses a charge and they find out that's that person, they have a right to have them investigated.
a suggestion. I heard some of what you said, and I didn't quite get the gist of it, and didn't quite understand at all what you were saying. But what came up for me in listening to everybody is that it's pretty difficult. This is a very, very widespread organizations combined with so many other organizations, and each individual TI might have 1,000 people coming at them, from all different, places. I can't go to the doctor without someone putting something in my, I went to the clinic with my sister. Somebody put something in one of my, I have some teachers, medicinal medicine, and somebody tainted those. How did they get access to my purse? Well, I locked my purse up at the hospital, so they must have used a master key to get into the, into this little closet.
Yeah, they did that to me when I had an MRI.
I had an MRI. My sister was having a MRI, and I wanted to be there with her, and I put locked my purse up, and I know they put something in it because I got very, very sick, and I was sick for 2 days. So anyway, I'm just saying it's just all over. I mean, if a hospital is or medical staff can be convinced to do something like that, this is a program that it's so widespread. I mean, how in the world could something like that happen? You got the police involved, you got the FBI involved, you got the the fire department involved. People that's supposed to protect you are the ones that's harming you. So there's that, whatever you were suggesting. I don't know how that will work. I mean, I just don't know. But I do want to say, I think, and I don't know what you think about this, Frank, or anybody else. It's another suggestion that I have, and maybe one day it'll work, and maybe it won't. I don't know. But I think there should be a buddy system, and I think that one or two out of the group of us should be focused on that individual, the buddy system, come together for one person starting off, and start to go to bat for that person, start to fight for that person, start to make phone calls for that one person, call the Congress for that one person, call the FBI. I mean, just keep calling for that one person until somebody listens about this one person being attacked. And when we get some result with that one person, move to the next one and move to the next one until we start seeing some results. It might have to start on an individual basis where hundreds of us are working for one person to get somebody to notice what's happening to one TI. All of us TIs go to bat for one TI. Let that be the system. When we get some results for that one TI, move on to the next TI until maybe all of a sudden things will start opening up that way. That's one suggestion that I have.
You know what?
And
That
it's a
is
buddy
a
system.
great suggestion that you gave, and the person that has been doing that and has done it a few times, and a lot of people are doing the same thing he's done, is Derek. Derek's got a few boxes full of different documents of going to different levels of authorities, uh, public figures, politicians, courts, the city, the state, the county, and a lot of other kiosks like yourselves are doing the same thing too. You know, um, I think what needs to be done is everybody needs to kind of open up all their old files and figure out what happened and why. When you talk to them, you don't get an answer, or when they do answer you, why they're telling you something, where they're beating around the bush or not being forward, or they're just flat out lying to you, or they're just staying quiet, and maybe we have to have another approach. You know?
Misinformation,
Can I say something? I would like to say that there are trillions of dollars involved in this whole program the way it looks. There are probably 3 million targeted individuals in the United States alone. And I just feel whatever would be offered to these people to come forward, our adversaries, shall we say, there would be so much more money that would keep them and say, for twice that much, we'll pay you to stay. And right now they're listening to this whole program and your proposal. So without this being done in secrecy, they'll be all prepared for this or any other type of program. They'll always have a way when it comes to these. It sounds great idealistically, but I'm not sure there's enough money on this planet to win over all
yeah,
of
you're
these.
right about that. You're right about that.
About that.
Ronnell,
We have to keep with ideas, so let's keep thinking. I mean, it's a fun if you can figure some way to make it work. You know, I don't want to dampen anybody's spirits, but I just thought of trillions of dollars they have against a couple million. What could be done?
Well, Ronnell speaking.
You're breaking up, hon.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of muffled and broken up.
Well, what I wanted to say is,
Are you on a speaker?
no, I'm on the phone.
You need to get to the same spot where you started out speaking, because you were very clear then.
Well, I'm talking on my cell phone.
That's better.
Is it better?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Well, what I wanted to say is, these people that stalk, they're called spawners, right? Can you hear me?
Yes, somebody just interrupted you.
Well, the people that do the stalking, they're called spawners. And I really don't believe they're being paid millions of dollars to do what they do. You see what I'm saying? If we offer $10 million to maybe 1, 2, or 3 of them, they will be willing to speak up. Not just speak up, but produce evidence. Now,
then you run into problems.
There might be millions of dollars put into these.
Who's going to hold this money? Who's going to hold this money?
Barb, let us speak and then ask questions afterwards, okay? Thank you.
Well, she was asking about who would hold this money. That's why I was saying we have to do this thing on a global level.
Ronnell, is your phone dying?
And this has to go into a GoFundMe account that's put up globally. We have to come together on this. Not just one area in the United States, just the United States. I'm talking about worldwide.
Well,
yeah, I don't think we'll be able to ever raise that kind of money you're talking about. They have the money and they have the power, so it has to be another way.
All we have to do is pay a certain number of individuals. We don't have to deal with the whole freight train. Just one or two few passengers in the train.
You have to decentralize things. That's what I learned as far as getting things to start at your local and state level and align yourself. But that's, that's the way to do it.
But you know, have you ever heard of Ella Free's podcast?
Yeah.
She sent me an email just the other day, and she said there's a wealthy TI that put up $1 million to go in the fund. Now that's what she told me.
He's willing to donate $1 million for what?
To go in the fund for anybody that will come forward with this evidence of harassment, electronic harassment. Yes, this is what she the email that she sent me.
That he'll give $1 million to a target?
I believe he's referring to the billboard campaign.
Okay. I don't understand what he said.
Well, they have a billboard campaign going on, but the money would go to whoever came forward. I'm talking about these perpetrators, the ones that torment us. It would go to them if they came forward with evidence.
Oh.
You know what? The best thing to do is try. If you're going to try this, come up with your presentation. You say you already have one. You know,
this is the best proposal that there is. This can't fail. The only reason it can fail is if we don't get together, and do it.
Okay, well, I would like to try it. I'm here in California in Orange County, but I need to see your presentation, and I need to see the posters, the flyers, or whatever else you have that I can advertise, and we'll try it out. But, like the lady said earlier, the perpetrators, they have a lot of money because they have a mind control machine. You got to remember that, mind control, and they can mind control that money where they keep making money while they are experimenting on us. So we're up against, but hey, you know what? Any idea is a good idea. And like I said, I would like to see a presentation and all this and get everything that you have put together. And I'll go out there and I'll try, and I'll talk to people and see what they say. But for every dollar you're going to try to match, they're going to come up with $100. Every time you come up with $100, they're going to come up with $1,000. Every time you come up with 1,000, the perpetrators are going to come up with 100,000. So you got to understand what you're up against, And I know you have thought this through, but you got to look at the perpetrator's point of view and the stalker's point of view. They committed a crime that seriously hurt people, and if they come forward and confess, yes, it's going to open the doors for us. All the statements we have and the complaints we have filed, and it's going to show evidence now, but they're still going to look at it as what? Substantial evidence, right? Because there's no solid evidence. Do you have the machine that you used on these people? Do you have a directed energy machine that you used on these people? But like I said, let's try. If you got this, Frank, I can get the information through Frank, and then I'll keep you posted here in California.
Who's going to hold the money?
There's a certain thing as circumstantial evidence.
Who's going to hold the money? Who's going to hold the money?
Where's the money going to come from? Who's going to raise the money?
Who's going to hold it?
It's going to take a lot of time.
Why can't you start a GoFundMe? Why can't you do a GoFundMe to this end?
Yes, but it's got to go global. It's got to go global.
What's that got to do with it? Who's going to hold the money?
GoFundMe can hold the money.
Somebody has to be in control of that. Who's going to be in control of that?
Why can't Ronnell start it?
Who?
Ronnell, the guy you're speaking to.
You can put it in an escrow company. You can hire a professional federal escrow company, and they will hold your money.
There you go.
You have to pay, but an escrow company, that's what they do. That's what they do.
And such a proposal it requires that you send it to the media. The media has to take hold of this and publish it. And if the media gets a hold of it, then legal people will get hold of it. Laws will be put in place. Investigations will be started. So we got to start somewhere. And this is the best. This is the best incentive going. There's none better.
Well, Ron, you can't really start the contest, if you will, until the money is gathered. I mean, otherwise it would seem like a Ponzi scheme, and it'll take quite a while to raise that money.
Yeah.
Unless you were to go to a big, I would say Republican, because the Democrats are kind of issuing in this kind of torture at this time.
No, they're not.
Okay, sweetheart, have your way.
Anyway, this is not a political
no, it's
program.
not political, but there's certain people in certain positions that are never mind. That's a whole other show, Frank. Book another show for us, cutie. Anyway,
you know, Hayden was in charge in 9/11.
A big donor who is a patriot, who believes in the non-surveillance, who believes in the freedom of America. That's the kind of person who would, maybe match every dollar or something like that.
Yep, good idea, Melinda.
Thank you.
Melinda, you know who was in charge of NSA during the 9/11 was Hayden, and he's a Republican.
He's a frickin' globalist who just had a stroke, by the way. I wonder who gave him that stroke. Yeah.
Hayden was in
with
charge
all
of
this
NSA.
technology out here that they're using against us, the internet is very wide. I can't imagine why there have not been any answers to finding a way to stop this targeting all these years, as based on the magnitude of the technology that's out here. I don't understand it.
Well,
nobody's saying
the
internet.
possible. The internet is under control, and it was created by DARPA, who has created all the freaking torture stuff that we're going through. I mean, the internet is not as free as we think, and they can and YouTube is blocking so much. The censorship is horrible, and also on Facebook.
Well, just think about how when these groups, civil rights organizations got together, they were holding marches in one state, and another state was holding the same march exactly at the same time. You had 3 and 4 different states all marching, and it was hundreds and hundreds of people at each of the marches, and they were able to network and coordinate their time and get people. Why can't we do something like that? I don't understand.
We really must forget getting all TIs together. I truly feel that is a pipe dream. We're too spread out. We're too poor.
I agree with that.
And there has to be another way. I have suggested an AIDS quilt type thing with pictures, 8 by 10 pictures of all of us, and you just unroll it, because we will never get together at the same time in the same place. There's no way.
Why not? Why?
Because of
Why
money,
there's no way.
Transportation barriers, fear.
No,
mainly
I'm saying in your own state. I'm saying in your own
Oh,
state.
forget it, honey. The maximum we've gotten together is 30 people, and that was with 100 RSVPs.
But I know that. The question is, put it in your mind and ask the question, why? Why is that? That's what I'm trying to find out. What's going on? I was going to go to a Christmas party. I felt I didn't want to go, and I didn't go, and I said, what happened? We were going to go and have fun, and something happens. They can hit us in the head and stop us. I don't know.
Melissa, where did you read that Hayden had a stroke?
I read it twice, and it was on YouTube, and I don't remember what
Do you all want to keep
course.
on being targeted?
Hang on just
Something's
a
got to
second.
happen here.
Let me, Melissa, where did you read it?
On YouTube, and it was not nationwide. Why don't you Google it or DuckDuckGo it?
Okay. Thanks.
I think the problem is that we're fragmented. We're in different regions of the country. We're in different regions of the world, and we're still fragmented as TIs. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask you something. I see. You're right, and I see. I see other TIs. When I look at YouTube or someone puts some information up about targeting, then people are commenting. These are people that don't even come to the calls. So you have TIs all over that don't even come to these calls. How do you search these people? I've gone on sites and targeting sites or information about targeting, and it's loads of people commenting. They're saying things like, "I've been targeted for 5 years. I've been targeted for 2 years. This is happening to me, or this is happening to my mother." So these are people that.
What you're saying, and on YouTube, when you see the testimonials from TIs, there are hundreds of them, and yet they're never on the calls. They never show up at this or that. How to get them all together? We can ask God for that, because I don't know how to reach them, because you don't know who they are, and they're very secretive because they're scared, and I certainly don't blame them. I know I don't blame them, but to get them out of their mouse hole is going to be tricky.
You know what? You just explained the reason why. It's because when they come on, they discover other TIs, and they discover about the websites and these calls, and they come on them. Some of them get attacked, and I know a lot of you that are on this call right now, you have been attacked the first or second time you ever came on this call. Some of you haven't. So we, that's the real reason. Two, you got to remember, they have telepathy and the neuromonitoring systems where they can manipulate a person's emotional thinking. And if you can manipulate somebody's emotions and exercise it and repeatedly do certain things at certain times of the day or throughout the week, it changes that person, especially if you're being hit by a directed energy weapon. And I know all you TIs experience that. So you probably have to come up with maybe 3 or 4 different types of rehabilitation type of techniques for the TI, so that's the way they can use, because every one of us have different personalities, so I'm pretty sure one will fit, one rehabilitation type of ways of doing something will fit that one person. If you have another one, that will probably fit another TI. And maybe that will start getting them to start changing their minds, to exercise their minds in another direction, so you can get them to think and like a normal person, so they can come forward and call you. Go, hey, I heard about your program on Frank's call or Ella's call, Derek's call. I would like to participate in this, but they know that they're going to be hit. But you know what? Because of what you came up with on the first place, that rehabilitation, whatever it is, to help them out, and maybe they can do that they can do that. Because
may I say something?
Every time I talk to one of you guys or I meet a TI, I always get a response back, or I tell them I've been attacked after I left, or 2 days later after we talked, I've been attacked. That's the reason why, one of the reasons why a lot of TIs don't come forward. That's one.
There's a lot of TIs.
You're not attacked every
know
day.
Their
You're not
TIs.
attacked every day.
A high percentage don't know their TIs. I run into them all long. They're targeted and they don't know it. The other thing is, I agree with Melinda. I can't even get out of this county with my money. I'm always rendered penniless, and they keep me this way because they keep stealing and wrecking everything. So I think there's a lot of us in this boat. We don't have the money to travel, to go to one location like Sacramento when I'm in New York State. It isn't going to happen in my lifetime. And I think there's a lot of TIs who don't have money. So when you think of people having to get together in one place, it isn't going to happen. Simply, it isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I think, Ronnie, actually speaking of California in terms of Hollywood, I know we have some TIs that are actually actors, but they have been cut down to their knees as well.
Yep. I met a few of them.
Yeah.
I've
Hey,
lived here in California all my life. I'm 50 years old this month, and I've been targeted since '92. And I didn't start meeting other TIs till later. But we didn't really know too much about this program. We didn't know too much about the electronic equipment, so everybody just kind of went on their own ways. And we heard about Derek and his organization. Came around them, didn't really do too much because they were still trying to get it off the ground. And everybody that got together and talked to you, they always start going in their own direction because if they're either being manipulated or they're being hit or maybe something stopped, they stop attacking them and made them think, hey, if you stop talking to these people, we'll stop attacking you. Who knows the reason?
Well, maybe you might need to get just a group of maybe 10 people to start off and then just who's strong. We got some strong TIs.
Derek
who want to work at it.
Derek has a list of people who have called over the years. So he would have a huge list. But I'll say one thing that I've noticed about a lot of my friends in Hollywood, and I'm really dismayed by this, is I don't know if they know their TIs or they just got sick. I'm not of the mind that they just got sick. But a lot of them, and you don't hear about them, and I'm not going to mention names, have come down with these very strange, horrible illnesses. I mean, really awful things. And, well, one of them I can mention, who was a dear friend of mine who died, was Michael Zaslow on Guiding Light. He came down with MS. I've known Michael, from the late 60s. We studied with Jeff Corey together, and he was just a terrific guy, whatever. It's just very bizarre, the strange things that people come down with. And when you read that so-and-so has died of a rare cancer, that's a hit. That's a murder. Because there are no rare cancers. They are created in the lab. So, and I got this tumor, myself, and I'm looking up this tumor, and they say 1.2% of women throughout history have gotten this tumor. 1.2%. What does that mean? It means I'm like 0.2%, or I'm the one, And so this tumor was so bizarre, but they had to take it out, way to ruin me. And it grew to the size of a baseball in 2 weeks. It was really quite amazing. This rare tumor, but non-cancerous, thank God.
Can I mention something here? What I feel that would be helpful. I know Bill Binney has had some medical problems and his wife died, and Kirk Wiebe is also having family problems. This is kind of why they both dropped out of sight. And I feel that they're both targeted. But these, I put some links in the chat to this video, and these are people who are talking our language. They're talking about directed energy weapons. They're talking about devices. They're talking about how it enters the body. They're talking our language. Now, I got the email off 2 of these men that I chased down, and the other 2 I'm going to write a letter to. And what I'm trying to do is to gather the troops, kinda. These are very high status professional people, PhD, doctors, blah, 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 who will come together in a forum. They've already come together in this one forum on this video on YouTube, and they're talking out about all this stuff going on that we're part of. And I'm trying to enlighten them, and like Hoffa, who did the examination on the Cuba people, he said that he only had a small group of 25 people for his lab rats, and
What's his name
evidently
again?
his name I think is Hoffer. Hoffer. Anyway, if you go
Okay.
into the links that I put in the chat, the first link to Balaban, Carrie Balaban.
I'm not in the chat. I'm not in the chat.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
hang on. Let me finish my spiel, and I'll send it to you or tell you what it is.
Yeah.
These men know all about this stuff, and they explained it. I mean, if we could get them together, say with Bill Binney or Kirk Weeb and Eric Karlstrom and a few others, there's a major group right there that's got status, and you know they
So
know
why we
what they're talking
gotta
about.
focus on somebody with status though? I mean, why can't we just do it?
Because nobody's going to listen to us. They think we're Looney Tunes. That's why.
No.
You know,
No.
the Discovery Channel had a show like Barbara was describing,
She's on the
and
right.
it was with 5 people, and they were talking about the future of AI with robots, with all this stuff. They had 5 people there. Now, one of them, Michael Rupert, who some of you who research know, committed suicide right after that conference, and it was tragic. But he was a target. But if somebody were to pitch a thing to Discovery Channel, the one Discovery, the Travel Channel is the one who did the other night with Matthew Aaron and the DEW. So they're getting more open to these kinds of things. And then we'd have to write a letter to each of the people we would want, give them 8 months in advance for availability. They would have to fly into some place, which would be maybe the studio, History Channel studio or Discovery or whatever, and set it up that way. It takes a lot of time to set something like when you have 5 or 8 or 6, whatever people. And then back
Listen,
up.
they already did it. Go into this link and review this YouTube. They already had the forum. They were talking this stuff before a large audience.
I'd like
All
to just.
4 of them. There were 4 professional men.
We do have
What's
a
the doctors? Who are the other doctors? I want to get their names.
Okay, one was Dr. Carey, Carey Balaban.
Okay, could we hear from, Ronnie, please?
Balaban.
Hey, Frank is trying to say something. Can we let him say it?
Sorry, Frank.
Can we have? Can we get some content, if you will, or copy if you're a newspaper man from Ronnie? Do you have anything that you'd like to add, or do you just want to listen now? Or I'm
thinking that we have to form a headquarters. I mean, a headquarters that stands for all of us. I'm not talking about just one spot of the world. I'm talking about worldwide. We have to form a headquarters, and we have to get the media's attention. And if you're putting up this kind of money, millions of dollars, you're going to get media attention. I mean, you got to put it out there. There has to be a hub, a HUB hub for TIs to look at, to depend on, and we come together like that. This can work. The only reason it won't work is because we're fragmented. We're arguing among ourselves. You got to create a hub. Become a headquarters. Get hold of the media. And if you're putting up that kind of money, just like I said, you're gonna get the media's attention, and it's gonna go worldwide.
Well, you know, yeah, but you know, you're talking, and we're just meeting you for the first time. I am anyway, and I'll probably never hear from you again or talk to you again. And then as your ideas is probably going to go by the wayside like so many other ideas, because we always say what we could be doing, what we should be doing, what would work. Somebody have all these great ideas on one of the talk shows, but then you don't hear about them anymore. You don't see them anymore. No one puts anything forward. And I know I even tried to start a group. I tried to start a group. I created a website. I started letting people know about this group, and nobody came. Nobody called. I had a new conference line. It was more spiritual, but I was still working through the issues of targeting in my group, and nobody came. And I think that
that's what
I
I
heard.
I
heard somebody mention that they know that there's some celebrities are TIs. Now
they're not going to listen to you. They have the celebrities that come forward and talk about some things. They're careful on what they say, and they got the money. So what do? They go to a lawyer, or they go to somebody that's going to counsel them through what they need to say, what they don't need to say, because they don't want to jeopardize their career. I live out here in California. I have ran into people and they read my flyers, and there's certain things that I say on there, and I have been stopped while I'm sitting on the street passing out flyers, and we have a conversation. I don't tell them I'm a target, but one of them I met a few times, and he told me, he goes, the reason why some of us that have money and live out here in Hollywood and do what we do is because it's going to jeopardize our job. We have to be careful in what we do and say. So you're going to have to come up with some type of presentation that can protect them, but the perpetrators know, because why? They have a mind control machine. It always comes back to the mind control machine, and they can hear our conversations, So we have to figure out a way to work with that, which is a positive thing in what you want to do. So if you can come up with another idea for that, that would work. And the lady that just said that she's putting together and get the group together, you're right. The biggest group I ever had, thanks to Derek, it went from like 2 people that I met at his meeting out of the 7 that showed up. It went from 2 to about 15, but everybody went their ways. And only one of them barely even talks to me still. And I try to check up on them. Sometimes they answer and they tell me that they're tired of being hit and targeted. Maybe I'll go to Derek's meeting or something. They don't even want to meet up and hang out. So that's one of the reasons why we're curious.
Why isn't someone posting evidence on websites? Real stuff, tangible stuff that people can see, whether they're TIs or they know they're TIs or not.
There is a few websites.
I run across a lot of websites that have a lot of good information, a lot of good links, a lot of good stuff. But as far as real people saying this is what's going on in my life right now, I can prove this and show that on the website where people can see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Why isn't there more of those?
I don't know. I mean,
that's true. Because I got over 400 videos of evidence.
Yeah, and
people need to post that stuff so TIs and people that are not TIs, they can see it and they say, look, this stuff is not in their head. This stuff is actually happening. Mm-hmm. And therefore a lot more people would believe everybody because it's something they can see firsthand. That's just like the stuff off people's phones and computers and the audio taken from within their house and their vehicles. This is stuff that could be posted. I got tons of death threats of people saying they're going to kill me and my kids, to where you can hear them right up to my house. This is stuff I've taken to professionals that say, yes, they can hear the stuff. This is stuff that,
do you have it posted? Is it on?
No,
is it online?
No, I would love to get some of this stuff posted. Like I said, I've not run across anybody that's posting anything like that for TIs. And I don't have any social media accounts no more because of stuff. But the people that do have platforms, why aren't they posting any TI's evidence?
I'd like to speak to a number of the situations that are being addressed in this. First, tonight's speaker or tonight's guest, what I'd like to say to him is that if you continue your process of creating awareness and trying to raise money, you will have an evolution of success. You will, if you continue to inform people of your small successes. Like, I opened a GoFundMe page and I raised $10. And I'm just here to remind everybody what I'm doing. I have my first set of flyers, and I would like to email everyone my first set of flyers and ask them to spread the word. You will organically grow, and people will organically come behind you. So to think about all of the reasons why an idea of a reward for evidence and thinking about all the problems is something that is part of the organic process of accomplishing a goal. But what you need to do, sir, is to basically remind people on a daily basis and work toward your goal, and it can probably be accomplished eventually. And I'm behind your goal, and that's all I'd like to say about that. The other thing is, I would like to bring attention to the fact that Project Camelot did an interview with Richard Lighthouse that answers a tremendous amount of the questions that people who are being targeted have. And Project Camelot posted this today, and it's already received 5,000 views. And also, Ella recently did an interview with Karen Stewart of the NSA, and on a very famous conspiratorial type show, and that was an excellent program. And we have people like Michael Barden and Catherine Horton. And one of the things people have been addressing is, why don't targets come together? And I don't really want to answer that question, but the seeming solution to that issue seems to be a signed, notarized affidavit. Targeted Justice is requesting that you fill out their affidavit form and have it notarized and signed and submit it to Targeted Justice. And Targeted Justice has put examples of real affidavits that targets have filled out. You can read these, and you can tell that these are people who are having the same experiences. So that is a way for people to literally, not virtually, even though it's done through affidavits, you are literally coming together as one collective, telling your story, okay? And Catherine Horton also has affidavit forms that can be filled out where you get to tell your story. And so you need to participate in the largest organizations that targets have available to them. You need to participate in this activity. And I just want to tell people that they should go, I can't put the link in the chat because I don't have it, but they should go see Ella's recent video regarding the interview she did with Karen Stewart from the NSA, and listen to what's being said, and go listen to the Project Camelot interview with Richard Lighthouse. And it's on Project Camelot. And the other thing is, Targeted Justice provides information on their website on how to fight back. They give you the flyers to hand people. They tell you about the signs that you should make. They tell you about shielding that you can try and use. And Richard Lighthouse exposes what this program is. And ultimately, I think that if you just basically do what someone says when they're trying to give you the best help and the best advice, that
What do you mean Lighthouse exposes what this program is? What do you mean?
What happened to him? I think he got cut off.
Yeah, he did get cut off. What he means is Richard Lighthouse gathered so much information, and when he was investigating and stuff, he made videos that you can watch on YouTube. And he explains a lot of the different the technology and organized stalking.
Yeah,
Well,
when he was
like
a guest
to
here like a month ago, he went into a lot of that.
Well, he's a day late and $1 short.
It's got to
Hey,
get out.
I wanted to say something about. I know this. I'm not trying to change the subject, but I had tried to mention this earlier. Circumstantial evidence. Usually people think you have to have clear evidence to prove, something in court, but you don't always have to have, specific evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence. And, a lot of the evidence that people have collected over the years of being targeted is considered circumstantial evidence, because you can't really pinpoint. Maybe not you.
I got definite videos of being pulsed and I've put a lot of work into it during the years.
And it's no clear-cut evidence you have. You don't think your evidence is considered maybe circumstantial evidence?
No.
Against a particular person?
It will work, but the thing is, we're going up against the money. You understand? And when you go to court with all
well, if you think about it, also, I know what you're saying, but think about this. I mean,
going up against
I always
courts.
wondered that, right? But I always wondered, these people are afraid of prison. That's why they're hiding what they're doing.
Yeah,
they
they're also going up
crime.
against corrupt courts. I brought my perps into court twice with solid evidence, and
I don't mean
they
to
were
do it
thrown
that way.
out twice.
I don't think personally, I don't think bringing a case in front of one judge will help a TI at all, because that one judge cannot decide a case like this. One judge will end up being corrupt. It would have to be a different kind of way of bringing this to court, and it can't be one judge deciding. I just don't think that'll work, because he will be corrupt. So there is another way. I'm saying there's another way with circumstantial evidence. And I'm just think about it. I don't know. Just throwing something out there.
Another way? What other way are you talking about, Diane, with the circumstantial?
Well, instead of bringing it as a civil case, bring it as a criminal case. See, because there's another way of approaching criminal versus civil.
Yeah,
and you can bring circumstantial evidence into a criminal case.
Yeah,
not necessarily all the time as civil.
Yeah, a civil court case is preponderance of evidence, but a criminal case, you need to have a more clear cut. Your proof has to be more clear cut and convincing.
But you can use circumstantial evidence in criminal cases.
Well,
yeah, but
go ahead.
And you don't have to be, and citizens can bring criminal cases also. If it's
in a criminal case, okay, so you use circumstantial evidence, right? So that means that you would depend on the police to investigate. Is that correct?
No, that's not how you do that.
It then.
Well, you would have to take it depends on your situation. You take evidence to the state's attorney.
Right.
So
these people
some head of
up the system, and they would negate whatever you bring before them. That's my feeling.
I know what you're saying. That's why, like one person,
they would
like
have to be
myself,
investigating
would not
themselves.
work.
They would have to investigate themselves.
This is the reason why there needs to be a legal team, because there are so many laws out here that we don't understand that we can use to our benefit. But we need a legal team. We need people to get together and research how to go about doing this. We have to have
They
some
had
legal
a legal
suggestions.
team. They had a legal team. And
Who's
what
the
they
legal
were
team?
doing was, no, wait a minute. What they were doing was they were doing doing investigation to set up legislation to change legislation. It was Kate Ryan was on it, and Carla was on it, and there was a doctor on it. There were several other people on it, and they were. I was on their email list, so I was privy to it, and they were. Uh, Massachusetts had a forum, a government forum, where you could object to or change a law, and they were going into it, and of course whatever and they were doing real good legal work. I mean, they were taking apart this legislation word by word. It was amazing. I was very impressed, and discussing it and stuff like that. They were above my pay grade, but and
Oh, what happened? What
they
happened?
it didn't work. They just negated them. They wouldn't. They
That
read what they
maybe that's
submitted.
the way.
They
Was
read
it?
what the legislators read what they submitted, but they just ignored everything, I
Okay.
think.
Yeah, well, they were trying to change legislation. That's not going to get a TI anywhere.
Well,
That's not going to get a TI. That's not. Yeah.
they were trying to put in legislation, and boy, they were doing a good job that was open to targeting.
Wasn't that all common law work?
I think so.
Yeah, I recall that. I would like to speak with the Rutherford Institute.
What's the Rutherford Institute?
John Whitehead.
Okay.
You go, Frank.
Excuse me?
You go. Rutherford is the way to, that's an excellent idea. You go.
Yeah, the Rutherford Institute looks for cases like ours, and I have spoken. I spoke with his secretary at least, and we were going to do a recording at noon and have him on. So that is still a possibility in the very, very near future.
So what is the Rutherford Institute?
It is.
How do you spell what you're saying?
Rutherford Institute.
Okay.
And his name is John Whitehead. And the Rutherford Institute is like a nonprofit, and they look for cases like ours.
It's a human rights organization.
Exactly.
He champions for people who are targeted illegally for different things. I remember one of them was Rob, R-A-U-B, Charles Robb or something like that. He was targeted right after that thing in Nevada with you know what I mean? I forgot.
Oh yeah,
Pete Santilli was.
Oh, Pete Santilli? Yeah,
it wasn't him, but it was. But he champions for people who are targeted, basically, by the government.
And they're not afraid of being targeted themselves?
It's not the same kind of targeting. He's not specifically focusing on people who are targeted individuals, just people who are targeted by the government for, strong arming and taking their stuff away.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm sure he would do targeted individual thing, but he's not doing all targeted individuals. I don't think he wants to stick his neck that far out. But he is exposing people, exposing the government, and he's done a lot. He's for years now he's been doing this.
Yeah, he's
one of the few human rights organizations. Well, I mean, it's not going to be torture. The ones that say are against torture. Well, they're not going to do anything because they're infiltrated by the CIA. But he's not. His is not.
Why don't we try to get some national media time to Edward Snowden? Like, see, can we get in touch with him some kind of way, and he can kind of say it again.
There's people that say he's basically an agent.
No,
I don't know.
Yeah, have you heard what Snowden says about a group of people called?
He actually kind of exposed a lot.
You should think about this. The only thing that Edward Snowden, and he said he had all this, stuff at his disposal. He could target somebody and get them everything but targeted individual status. So he didn't come out with that. And if he had, I think it would have been wonderful, but he didn't.
Yeah, but James,
So,
Susie Dawson came out with that. She proved it. She had emails in the Italian government talking about directed energy weapons, and she posted that on the Snowden, when she was doing the NSA papers.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't think Snowden was an agent at all.
So
I don't
I
think
got
so neither.
Snowden's email address. I've been in contact with him.
He's been ostracized from them, so there's no way.
What? Snowden was asked about.
He exposed already the government, so there's no way they're not going to make him an agent.
Really?
Yeah, but he
can't even come back to the country.
He doesn't know anything about this program or any kind of implants or any kind of electronic harassment. So
yeah, he was asked if he believes if there is a specific group of people who are targeted by directed energy. And I watched him on a video, and he said he did not believe that there's a specific group or there's groups of people that are being targeted like we are.
Snowden said that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I believe he said that. Yeah, I would believe that.
Yep.
Well, maybe he's not been hit by directed energy weapons, but Susie Dawson came out with it too. She stated definitely that it is, and she exposed it. She had it on her site where the Italians were emailing about it, and she published it.
You see, if Snowden said what that person said, that he didn't know of any group that was targeted, well, then he's lying, because if he worked where he said he worked, then he would have known.
I don't believe that. He came on national TV and talked about how people being tortured.
I've seen other pretty direct quotes about his believing that a group of people are being targeted. I don't believe that. Maybe what
this is what he told us. He said he doesn't have any information on implants or electronic harassment. The information he has is on the surveillance.
Where did you see that?
Hyper surveillance.
Where'd you see that?
I talked to him personally, and so did Tim Costello. That's how I got in touch with him.
You talked to him personally?
Yeah, I got his email address from Tim Costello.
Okay. Okay. I would.
What did you do today? Ask him again.
Yeah.
And about Richard Lighthouse, I tried, getting him to prove his claims and stuff of the frequencies being what they are and how he figured out exactly what satellites. And he basically told me by sticking his hand on his head, because I could not get any kind of video evidence. I couldn't get anything. And, we came to a conclusion as a group, the tech team, that he doesn't have the equipment or knowledge on trying to figure out the actual frequencies being used. He has an erroneous spectrum analyzer, which is closed source, and it can't do the stuff that he's claiming that he's able to do. Then when it got
I
down to
agree.
it, stick an email
Excuse
saying
me.
that
Excuse
he
me.
stuck
I
his
would
hand on his
appreciate.
head.
Excuse me. I would
Yeah.
appreciate it if you would not cut down renowned individuals on this call, please. Richard
I'll
Lighthouse
send you the
contributes
email,
a
Frank.
lot to this
He's
community.
hurting the community.
Excuse me?
He's hurting the community by making a court case with false claims. I'll send you the email.
Thank
I've
you.
got all the emails.
Okay, I have the emails that he has sent.
I'll send you the emails that were going to the tech team back and forth.
Okay, all right. Please.
Okay, and Tim Casella has so if I asked him for what's his name? That guy we were
Snowden.
talking about. Thank you. For Snowden's email, he'll have it for me. Tim will be able to give it to me.
Yeah, Tim Casella
Okay.
has it.
Okay, I will do that now. Thank you. Okay.
Snowden also said the truth is coming and it cannot be stopped. Sorry. Laura,
What did he say? Say that again.
Snowden said the truth is coming and it cannot be stopped.
Yeah.
That's what
So what does he know?
Well, he knows a little bit. And
Well,
Ronnell,
he's in Russia.
yeah, he
You
is.
got to know a lot for him to be Oscar shotted from the United States.
I'm
Interesting.
You know, if that was the case, he'll be back here.
So I want to say, Ronnell, give him money. That didn't sit well with me, but the immunity I thought long and hard about. Wow, that doesn't really sit well with me either. It's an idea, though.
Well,
So what he's asking for is proof through his eyes in prison, which actually I've heard a lot of these stories, and if you could get that kind of proof,
yeah,
that might be a big deal.
That's what I'm hoping for. I'm gonna repeat this again. We need to create a worldwide headquarters. Frank, you can choose to be the headquarters. Either you, Ella Free, it don't matter which organization. Somebody choose to be the headquarters, to speak for everybody else. Send out notifications to every known TI organization about what's going on, what we're trying to do. Get the media on board. I know some people out there, they know people in the media, and they can talk to them. If you put this kind of money up, and I'm talking about millions of dollars, you're going to get media coverage.
Well, nobody has millions of dollars. I mean, I don't even think this country has millions of dollars.
We
Certainly not
don't need as individuals millions. We need to each donate what we can and see how much money we can raise.
Well, I don't know how long you have been listening. I told the people that Ella Free. Are you listening?
Is able to raise millions of dollars or hundreds and hundreds of thousands for the billboards, and she does know people, and there are other people who know people. So maybe it's
there's money for the billboards, but there's also, she told me that she had a wealthy TI that's offering money for people to come forward. This was not for the billboards.
Exactly.
So this can be done. The only reason why it can't work is we're fragmented. And like I said, create a worldwide headquarters. I'm going to send an email to Elder Free once I get off this line and see if she'll become a worldwide headquarters for us. Send out those notifications to everybody. Tell them we want this money and what we're going to do with it.
The only thing is, and please help me understand, it's a one worldwide group, then you're going to have infiltrators. And not that we don't want to be worldwide, but we need a few. We need a few, sub offices, so that it isn't just like scattershot. You know, it isn't just one thing that could be infiltrated. We need, you know, unity in among our smaller groups as well. But I do agree with you very much.
And a great speaker that know about this technology, you know, like Kevin Ship, you know, someone that know about this technology that can talk and, you know, and explain it.
Yes.
What we're going through.
Well, you know, it's more than just a particular type of technology, though. It's everybody's not getting hit with the same type of technology.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Someone, a great speaker that can kind of tell every different aspect of this.
Yeah, I don't think McAfee
program.
talked, but John McAfee, who developed the antivirus, he had it happen to him. And because he had a business, he was able to take care of it. And if you go on the internet and you look for electronic harassment and you're a business, oh, you get, you know, you get professional help, and they offer all sorts of things. It's quite interesting. But if you're individuals, you know, you get a different thing entirely. But John McAfee did. I don't know if he'd be willing to talk about it. He might not, for fear of getting it again.
I think he will. It's just an opinion.
All right.
Yeah, Ronnell, don't listen to the doubters or the naysayers. Just go for it. Whatever your heart leads you to do it.
Well, you know what?
Pull it together. Get it together if you want to get it done.
Yeah, it's done, guys.
If everybody
if
doesn't
we
have
try,
to jump,
it's going to work.
Yes, and everybody
eventually work.
Right, and everybody doesn't have to agree, or everybody doesn't have to donate, or everybody doesn't have to get on board. As it grows, as the gentleman a few minutes ago said, it will organically grow. If you campaign, if everybody within the sound of your voice, here's what you want to do, I would start small with GoFundMe and see how it can grow, because it will organically grow.
Yeah. And I like the idea of the young lady that mentioned putting up the videos of evidence, because I have clear-cut evidence where when you see what you know has been done to me, you wouldn't no one would be able to doubt that I'm being targeted with the evidence that I have.
May I ask, how do you afford to get the evidence that you really need?
I'm sorry?
How do you afford to get the evidence that you really need, or is there a way to get evidence that doesn't cost a lot?
Yeah, you take it yourself.
The evidence I have doesn't cost me anything. Yeah, you take your videos and you
can
know,
take
you just
audio,
keep track
videos.
of everything. Yeah.
Yeah. And you take audio,
record
you take
people.
the videos, and phone calls, whatever you're doing, emails. You know, your equipment being shut down, right? You know, if you can film that as it happens, and I have plenty of them, and I know I'm not the only one. And you get someone that has like a YouTube account or whatever, or you post it, or go to a certain site that you can, you know, post it.
Or create your own YouTube account. You can create your own YouTube account.
I think Barbara might have this, but if you not quite like that, but if you do things like that and then you get something which attacks your, you know, gets into that part of your, something that happens to your body and you can't get it there, or, you know, something like that.
Someone has started a YouTube and using my name and my phone number, so I can't even. I already got the proof of that. I have people hacked into my phone, IP addresses. I got all this information. They're trying to shut me down because of the evidence that I have. But what I'm saying though is it takes very little money to establish evidence. Like I said, if you hear stuff around your house or going throughout your house and you can report it, you know, whoever can has a YouTube account, because mine, I never started a YouTube account. There's one created in my name. I got evidence of. These people have control over my phone. But anyway, what I'm saying is that someone is a central person that's posting stuff about TIs and the evidence that they have, whether it's my case, your case, another case, everybody caller on the line, that would be showing people, whether they're TIs, not TIs, or people trying or future to help, saying these are the people and this is what's going on. This is stuff, not only are you getting stuff out there where it's not just in your possession, but you're also informing the public and showing something credible that doesn't take very much money.
I see what you're saying. There could be a TI YouTube channel, just a general TI YouTube channel.
Yes.
And people, whoever want to forward their information, their videos or whatever, you have an administrator of that channel and just upload it. You know, just it won't take long to just upload it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah, but you know, a lot of this evidence that I've seen TIs have presented, it's like somebody will be in a, say, a Starbucks, and then there'll be a guy over there, and he'll be playing with his phone. And okay.
Yeah, so you can't determine it, right?
Right. It just looks normal. And the same with cars driving by. And my lawyer told me what I have to have for evidence is a perp with a device in his hand that throws a pulse, hits me, and it shows everything on video.
Let me ask you something about a particular piece of evidence that I have, and you tell me what you think. There's a helicopter hovering over my house. The sun is beaming onto the pole, the light pole, and as the helicopter is moving very slowly from left to right, you see the frequencies. The light catches the frequencies dropping. You see before the light catches the frequencies dropping, you see the helicopter in the daytime brightening the lights. And when the lights brighten, you see the frequencies in the actual, the sun caught the little frequencies dropping. And you could tell that it came from that helicopter when that helicopter brightened those lights. And I got sick right after that. So is that evidence or not? The other issue, other evidence that I have, the other evidence I have is on the expressway or the beltway coming from church, they were actually autonomous drones. They looked like helicopters, but they were not. They were drones. Followed me on the beltway home, and it took 45 minutes for me to get home from church. Every stop I stopped at, they stopped. I got that on video. When I pulled off the beltway and merged onto another street, they got off. They pulled off. When I pulled down my street where I live, they pulled down my street. And when I parked, they parked behind my house. The same street. Is that evidence?
Of course.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
That is evidence.
Can I ask, what did the frequencies look like?
Excuse me, just for 1 minute. I muted you for a reason. You're feeding back through everyone for some reason. Okay?
I don't know who you're talking about.
It's not you.
I would ask you, were the drones civilian or military?
Military.
Did they
military
have
or police
on
drones?
them? Did they
You
look
couldn't see that. You couldn't see that, but you know that these type of drones are not sold at Best Buy. You know, they are not the type that are just a regular civilian can go and buy. These are police and military drones because they look like real helicopters, but they hover. They stopped and they hovered when I stopped. When the car stopped, they stopped and they hovered until that light changed. When the light changed, they moved again when I moved.
Well, you know how
Could you tell us
hover.
what did the frequencies look like, if you could tell us?
Little droplets of light, but it was a whole bunch of them. It was a bunch of them, and they were actually, you could see them dropping and then spreading and moving away from each other, and then you could see others coming straight down the line, and then others just flying out into the space. Just
What
like,
color were the frequencies?
There was no pattern.
Was there
like
a color
light,
to the frequency?
like a light. It was just like a little light, a bunch of little lights. But it came from when the aircraft actually brightened the light, really bright, which was unusual for the daytime, and he did it right in front of me.
Does anybody know what frequencies actually look like, aside from what you're saying? Anybody listening?
Frequencies
Really can't see
are
frequency,
invisible,
really.
right?
It's waves
It can
you
be
can't
captured. It can be captured if the light is correct. Like, just so happened, I would not have normally seen those frequencies, but just so happened the sun was beaming on the light pole.
Yeah, but see,
the background of the
say that was from the sun.
And
No, that couldn't have been
I
from the
don't,
sun.
yeah, I don't dispute anything that you're saying at all. I'm just asking out of curiosity, because when I said to someone that I'm being hit with electromagnetic weapons, they ask for, well, where can you get this stuff from? What does it look like? How does it work? So they had all of these legitimate questions that I don't have answers for. And when people ask legitimate questions and we can't answer the basic questions, it kind of values everything that we're saying. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why
I
I
know
put
is
in the chat the links to these videos that these professional men went before a forum and talked about all this stuff. And if you're got any sense, you'll go watch them, because you'll learn an awful lot about what's going on from these four men.
Okay, so I must have missed that because I came in late. So where is that? Let me just get a pen here so I can jot that down, because I would certainly love to see that. One second.
What about going after where they store the stuff? Get out amongst us where the people the cash. In other words, things that are used to keep all of the records.
You're running water.
What?
You're running water, or somebody is.
I'm not.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, going after where they keep this stuff. They have to keep it somewhere. They have to. All the perpetrators, and they have.
We're getting hit with waves, energy, radiation, invisible waves. You can't see it, so.
Can I
perfect
I don't know if you can see it. I know there was another helicopter that did. Drone that did the exact same thing to me on another day. It brightened the lights on me, and in my video, you can see the frequencies dropping down over my car. You can see it.
What
So
is
there's
your
something
YouTube
about
channel,
the
ma'am?
brightening.
A day-to-day basis, a frequent basis, we're going to keep records of this. And where is he keeping all this info? Military bases? Where is he
Ma'am,
keeping?
I want to ask you, do you have this stuff on a YouTube channel?
No, I just have it on my videos. I have a bunch of videos now, but
You should take all the videos. Take all the videos you have, make a YouTube channel, and let us know what it is. And I just want to say this. I spend a lot of time searching targeted individuals and gang stalking information. And every day I find a new person who's getting dozens of views a day. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but this is blowing up. There are lots and lots of people who are experiencing this craziness of these helicopters, of this huge police presence, these fake car emergencies, and these drones. And I thought I was the only one, but there's people on YouTube now finally showing the surveillance bots that don't look like drones, but they look like lights floating in the sky. More and more people are documenting this stuff. And so, again, I just want to say this, and then I'll shut up. Karen Stewart, NSA target, former NSA employee, did an interview with Ella, and I think you guys should listen to it, but I don't want you to listen to this information and think that the solution is right around the corner. But I just wanted to remind people that stuff is there. So many people are coming forward with this. And I'll just be quiet. It's a growing epidemic. So many new people.
What's your name?
I'm John in Florida. And I'm in trouble. I just want to let you guys know. Yeah, I just want to let you guys know. I started getting on these calls. This targeting completely blew up in my face and was huge. I have a huge amount of gang stalking. About an hour before this call started tonight, I took a photograph of a car just blatantly parked in front of my house with its high beams on. The guy took off, and I took down his license plate number. I mean, all the time, every day, I'm gang stalked with the helicopters, the planes, and all that nonsense. Fake emergencies.
We're not getting into symptoms tonight.
Right. Sorry.
We're getting into ways that we can stop it.
Right.
Mr. Jackson has brought up one idea, and that's his idea, and it has been brought up before. I think everybody knows that, and it's a good idea if it can be done properly. But I mean, I can't get a TI to donate to this organization. It's real tough. So to get donations, it's really hard.
You know
I'd give $1 or $10 to it, and I have nothing. If the gentleman just steps forward, and instead of saying, I want someone to make a world headquarters for me, if he just steps up and says, here's where you go to donate the money to see if I can move forward with my next small goal, I think people would show up.
I think he's looking for people that are established already and who are communicating.
But see, this is his idea. This is everybody, you know what? This is his idea. And it's something that he should do because everybody may not agree right now. Not that it's not a good idea, but other people may have other things that they are thinking about or maybe been thinking about for a while to a different approach. So this is his approach. And so I think he should start it. He should start it and not look for anybody to do it for him. And start, just do it. And then come and say, hey, I've started this GoFundMe page, and I've developed a global website to create a global group, and so I need donations. He should start it.
Well,
and I think that
are you listening? Well, this is Ronnell. This is Ronnell. You know about the Billboard campaign, right?
Yeah, but that Billboard, of course, I know about that Billboard campaign, but it's so many TIs, and there's so many issues going on, and who's to say your issue separate from that Billboard issue won't spark a light? You know what I mean? So that's somebody else's thing that they're working on. Do what you're gonna do.
I disagree with that. That's all of our things. I think that since they got this Billboard thing going on, they should start putting up billboards talking about the money they're trying to raise. and what it's all about.
Yeah, you're saying what you think they should do, they've already started it. They've been doing this for how many years now? I think it's been over a year now where they've raised some money, they've gotten people to help donate, and they've actually put the billboards all over. They got a committee that they work with or whatever, and people are ready. So you can't come and say what you think they should do.
So
I'm communicating. I'm communicating with Ella Free. You see what I'm saying? I'm communicating with her, and I'm trying to be that particular person. You see what I'm saying?
I already built a website for countermeasures and crowdfunding and stuff, and I didn't have any luck. I spent a year on R&D and, actually built software and stuff to help locate and find the signal and stuff like that. And I can't get anyone to donate. Frank's right. None of the TIs have money. They're tapped out. And honestly, the billboard campaign, I don't know how much good that's doing, because all it is bringing people to Ella's call. That's it. It just says free Ella. So how is that really helping the community? If you really want to help the community, we really need to get professional equipment, and we need to get a team of people out there investigating and actually boots on the ground, actually doing something, not wasting money. That's the problem right now.
I agree. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Same here.
I agree. Well,
I had to do something. I wanted to get an audio spotlight and a van and go around to all the targets who are going to court and use the audio spotlight on the judge and the attorneys, because they say, well, V2K isn't real, and use it on them in the courtroom and say, how can you deny it now?
You'll be going. Well,
I have a document.
Now.
I have a document that states that the psychiatric community actually funded V2K in 1974, and I have the grant number. And the psychiatric community also published it in the Psychiatric Medical Journal, and I have that as well. So how can they put somebody in a state hospital when they supported the development of V2K to begin with?
Right. And you know what, Frank, that document that you're talking about?
Yes.
You know that military targeting document that I spoke about the other day? Now,
yes.
Searching through that document, you will find information about that V2K. And so if that document can be deciphered, where evidence can be put in the various areas of where the military talks about the technology, and then, you know what I mean? What I'm saying, you can use that document as evidence that this is really happening today. If you comb through the document, every evidence that you have, or people can, insert their evidence in the areas of where the military is explaining how they're targeting United States citizens, that their own document can be used as evidence against them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we do. Where are you going to do it, though? In a courtroom that's corrupt and ignore your evidence like mine did?
No, because who's paying attention to that document? Nobody, right?
Right.
They just think it's a military document. They don't know that military document is actually connected to people where they're actually doing those things to us. So pulling our evidence together, finding and locating where they specifically talk about how they're going to target individuals. I mean, I got evidence that can be implanted in that document to prove that, yeah, what the military is talking about is actually happening to me, because here's my evidence. So I think that one document can be used as a form of evidence against them by using our evidence to prove that this document is true. This is really happening. I don't know if you all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, go for it.
But it's a form of just, turning it back around on them, basically.
I say
Yeah,
go for it.
we've got a lot of good ideas on here tonight, and everybody has got it together. I haven't heard anybody that their idea fell on the carpet. Everybody is really making the grade tonight, and it's really a good show. You've got some great ideas. Follow through with them.
I did. I wrote letters to those men.
Okay.
You all can write letters to your senators and congressmen as well. And there's a guy on YouTube named Nizin Lopez, targeted individual on YouTube, Nizin Lopez. Every day he writes letters to various senators around the country. They're extremely informative, extremely eloquently written letters. You guys can also do the same thing. And what he's doing is he's reading his letters on YouTube, and he's showing the documentation that the letter was sent and received certified mail. And I think that that is a huge piece of ammunition that all targets can use to document the targeting, that you have brought this to the attention of the lawmakers, the people that are in office to protect you, that you have brought this to their attention repeatedly. And if Nizin is the only person out there writing these letters and documenting that they were received certified mail, all targets should take the time and send as many letters as they can, certified mail, and document it, put it on the internet, and tell people, just like Nizin is doing. That is a huge step. And the other steps are to...
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say...
Is he getting comments on his site?
He disables his comments.
To him? I wonder why.
I don't know. Maybe because he likes privacy. Maybe because he's being trolled. But the fact of the matter is that he is active in the targeted community with a YouTube page explaining the program, and he is active in writing senators and proving that he's writing senators.
Can I give you a hint on that? When somebody is running for office, if you send them a letter and you make a donation to them, and you also mention that you're a target, I have found that they'll respond as a thank you for the donation and to send them $5, It gets their attention.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Well, you can hope in one hand, and you can do nothing in the other, and you can see what gets full first as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Another way to find out.
We should come together and just create a buddy system.
Yeah.
A buddy system would help, because I can help a lot of people in a lot of ways. And I'm in a situation where I'm basically in this COINTELPRO government takedown program, where they've made it tremendously difficult in order for me to have a life. And by I mean life, I mean live, like be alive.
Yeah.
People are being killed in this program. People are being murdered in this program. I'm one of them.
And also, like I said, we need to find out who's running these smear campaigns, fake files that they, saying about us.
It's
lies
the government. It's your corrupt local police, InfraGard, and Neighborhood Watch, and the other groups, the Citizen Corps groups. Yeah. That's all been exposed. The Citizens on Patrol, the citizen policing, or whatever nickname they have for their organization. And, you know, I understand that they infiltrate all sorts of seemingly good organizations with the smear. And, you know, it could be any type of organization in your community that gets infiltrated with the smear. But, you know, this is a crazy government program, and it's growing to the point where it just seems like so many new targets are coming out that, you know, we just need to kind of focus on what has been effective. People make claims that things have been effective. When you collect evidence, supposedly it helps your cause. When you write your legislators, when you write your lawmakers, supposedly it helps your cause. I think that everything everyone does is a little bit toward the goal. And just one thing that people need to understand, all major historical accomplishments, like women's right to vote or civil rights for that matter, all major historical accomplishments have started on a grassroots level with individuals doing what they can do. So to the gentleman who spoke tonight, accomplish one small goal, sir, and bring us your good news. As that guy Nizam Lopez accomplishes a small goal, he does everything he can to deliver his news. I wrote this particular senator. I've proven it. I recommend you do the same. Here's my contribution. Targeted Justice has a whole section on how to fight back. They provide you with the materials, and that's all I can say.
All right, you know how much of that works and how much of it doesn't? I don't shield, John. You know why? Because I've tried it all, and none of it works. Okay? And this is so bad that...
It's open?
Oh, there's somebody in there. I put that microwave voice-to-skull success announced in 1974. The document that I was speaking about is being shared, screen shared. That's just part of it. But anybody who would like the document, I can send it, or I can send you a link. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, John. It's just the idea that, yeah, targeted. Let me tell you something about psychology. Targeted individual. Okay, that doesn't ring any bells. Okay. Targeted Massachusetts means that, okay, there are a lot of targets in Massachusetts and probably the Northeast. Targeted Justice psychologically says that they are a law firm. Psychologically, that's what that makes you think. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So they are a great outfit, but I have not seen any progress from there yet. What have they done?
That's true.
Nothing so far. And that's the truth.
That is the truth.
Okay, I want to see this. A year ago, I said the same thing. Okay, I still haven't seen anything. And they research is what I'm hearing.
So,
but they collected everybody's information and nothing happened.
They got a lot of information, right?
Okay, so again, back to my point, you have targeted justice, for example, where you have a group of people that have experts in law and people who are experts in networking, and people like Ella in that group who all contribute to the best of their ability to raise awareness, and who are supposedly contributing to the best of their ability to form a class action lawsuit And they're also collecting the affidavits of targeted individuals so that there is notarized, documented evidence of how many thousands of people that this is happening to. And it's a start. It's a start. And again, all monumentous accomplishments throughout history have started on the grassroots level. So I don't think it's a good idea for people to sit back and say, well, I'll just fill out an affidavit, or I won't fill out an affidavit, and that's all I'll do. I don't think that you should be a pessimist in the sense that historically nothing works because I've been a targeted individual for 10 years. Me personally, I've been a targeted individual for over
John,
10 years.
What have you done?
Well, I'm now at this point, I'm doing what I can do on the grassroots level.
What are you doing?
To be honest with you, I don't expect miracles to happen. But what I sort of expect is for some seeds to be planted, and whether my perpetrators, whether my infiltrated community, whether or not they choose to believe me, or whether or not they say to themselves, you know, this guy was smeared and this guy's innocent and I shouldn't do this to this guy, or they don't. It doesn't matter to me. At least they'll know that I wasn't murdered without a fight. That's it for me.
Yeah, no, you have gang stalking alone, and you don't have any V2K or any electronic harassment or assaults.
I have severe electronic harassment.
Okay, and you have V2K?
Listen, I'm the guy that says he's had it before and they quit. And I'm nervous that they're going to bring it back. And I'm also scared.
Once you have it, you know,
Never
you
heard of
get
it.
rid of it.
Yeah, once you get it, you got it.
Well, you know how they did that to me. I don't really want to get into that long-winded story. You know, I honestly, I mean, the targeters, the perpetrators control the pace of this targeting, and everyone's program is different. And you know, if I've been threatened with, we're going to give you V2K, and we're going to do certain things, and if I've been threatened with, you know, these direct energy weapons exist, and we might target your loved ones. You know, if I've been threatened with, so, you know, if people are threatening to murder me through these directed energy weapons, if I'm being hit with these directed energy weapons, and I have no financial resources, and I have, and they've whittled away at my reputation, and they blocked my employment, and they've illegally placed me on some sort of terrorist watch list, and I'm subjected to all this harassment. The only thing I can do is put one foot in front of the other and, you know, try not to worry about what's going to happen a year from now or what's going to happen 25 days from now.
I
and
put
just focus
one
on
foot
what
in
I
front
can
of
do
the other
today.
and kick some ass. That's what I do.
Hey, Frank, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Diane.
Are your calls recorded and the other talk show? I mean, the other calls recorded, targeted conferences are recorded.
Yes.
And aren't there links that can be downloaded? Like, can I download a link and put it on an audio,
Yes,
and then put it on in a flash drive or something like that, or email it to somebody?
Sure can. Yep. All he needs is
So
the link.
why can't these calls be emails all over?
They
to
can
people?
be.
Congress,
And they are.
They are?
Yes.
These calls are emailed to Congress?
They're not emailed to Congress. That's your choice. I've emailed probably 5 CDs, all full of documents, hundreds of documents, to the FBI's main branch, we'll say, in Washington. And I have wrote letters until if I was a printer, I'd be covered with ink. But what I'm trying to say is I've written letters to everywhere. And what's going to do it is numbers at your state house, numbers all over the place. That's what's going to make it happen.
Can I say something real quick? One
Sure.
thing I think will get the word out, and this is something that I have personally done, and I kind of haven't asked for permission to do it. I've just done it. Your website, Targeted Massachusetts, and Freedom for Targeted Individuals and Targeted Justice. I have painted on my truck, on the windows. You know that little paint you paint on your windows, and I put stop gang violence and community stalking and stuff like that. And I drive it around, and a lot of people I noticed get a lot of looks at my truck, and they'll sit there and you can see them in the mirrors or next to you looking at it. And like on the driver's side, I put Target because that's where I'm driving, and people notice that stuff. And I've had a lot of people where I've drove up to, like drive-in windows or whatever, and they said, "Hey, what is all that?" And I tell them, and you would be surprised on just getting the word out there just by driving around. And so I've gotten a lot of people to notice that way. I've had people come forward saying that they've been targeted. It gives them a way to bring it, come know that they're not alone. The fact is unless this stuff gets out, actual proof, not just, hey, there's documents that exist, there's studies, there's actual people, there's people that's, like you said, websites, YouTube, that is posting some stuff, and stuff is being seen. It really is. We got to post more of that, and be vigilant, and not give up. And the fact is, if you're already being targeted, I mean, if you get targeted enough, you're going to do something. I mean, me and my 2 kids right now, it goes on every day. And I tell you what, for a mother or single mom with 2 kids, to know that the kids are being done the exact same way, it lights a fire underneath you, or it does to me. So, that's what I do. I mean, I let people know when I drive around. People are like, Chan, what is all that? And I tell them, this is what's going on. It's just like handing out flyers, except you don't have to, because you go through a big city or whatever, it gets noticed. It gets noticed. So I hope you don't mind. I've been using your website.
And I'd like to commend
I think
that
that's
lady.
great.
Excuse me, I'd just like to say
that's
one
great.
thing. The website is there to use, and the news section has been gutted, and all the news has been put in the archives. So if you look in the archives, you will find anything you ever wanted to know about the diplomat situation, and there's a lot of good stuff in there. The new stuff will start going in the news section, and you'll start seeing links changed. It just hasn't been put up yet. It's probably be done before too long, but I'll be working this weekend. I haven't had a chance to work on it. My apologies. Go ahead, John. John, you were.
What happened with Cuba?
Oh, okay, Frank, if you'd like to give me the floor, I was just going to commend that lady for her efforts. And you're driving that much attention to the cause, the noble cause of bringing awareness to the problem. I would recommend that you have a flyer handy, something that's effective in explaining what you want to when you are at a drive-through and someone says, what's with the information on the side of your car?
Caller 57 is just contaminating the whole thing, and it doesn't even show. How about that? Go ahead, John.
I was just going to say to commend the lady who brought up that she's putting all the information on her vehicle, and that she should probably have a flyer handy so that when someone inquires about it, she can give them a flyer and they can go research this on their own time. And another thing that if you wear a T-shirt with the information that you want to address is a good thing too. You know, you can have a T-shirt with whatever you want to spark someone's attention with. And if you actually Google gang stalking or targeted individual shirts, you'll find that there's people that have already designed them and are selling them for $16 to $20.
Can I tell you the most psychologically, if you want to look at T-shirts, questions are the most effective way psychologically to get someone's attention. Because if you see a question mark, you want to, by human nature alone, answer that question. So on the back of a T-shirt, are you targeted? And you can put a capital R, uppercase R, and uppercase U, and targeted. You can do it any way you want. Are you targeted? And people have to sit and they have to kick that around in their head because it's a question. We have to use a little psychology when we start putting T-shirts and things together. So questions.
Well, Frank, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to get a T-shirt to say, Walmart employees, do not target me while I'm in your store. And walk around with that T-shirt.
Isn't it?
I think that's a great idea.
Doing that.
All right, I've been in Walmart probably 1,000 times, at least, okay? And I have never, ever had any problems in Walmart. No one's come around.
Every time I go in that store.
I'll tell you what there is in there. There is a high-pitched sound that you will hear, and at that time, it was their surveillance system. That much I can tell you. But as far as
okay, maybe they're doing that to you.
Maybe as far as yes.
Can I ask John? I want to know John's opinion on psychotropic medication and the connection to being a TI, like people that participate in consuming psychotropic medication.
Go right ahead, Alex. Go right ahead.
So this guy wants to ask John in Florida about psychotropic medication. You want to know? He's asking me what I think about targets who take psychotropic medication. Is that what that guy's asking?
Why don't you let him ask you?
That's what I'm asking him.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, your opinion on the connection between, like, extreme targeting and the use of psychotropic medication. Like, I know some people willingly use it. Some people are kind of pressed into it. So I was just wondering, like, what your opinion is on pharmaceutical drugs that, affect the mind.
I don't know anything about pharmaceutical drugs that affect the mind, except that in Robert Duncan's book, The Matrix book he wrote, he says that taking the antipsychotics, and I forget the acronym for them, the Rebutake inhibitors, whatever they are, he said it allows their mind control programs to work better. I've also heard it speculated that there could be nanoparticulates or something in antipsychotic medication. I have no idea whether those claims are true or not. That's all I can say about that. And I can't recommend whether or not someone take medication. I have no medical experience whatsoever.
Don't take it at all.
I know.
I can say something about that because I've been stuck in there by my perps 3 times. All these drugs do is destroy your nervous system. They destroy the ability to interact with your soul. They destroy your brain. they just destroy your nervous system. So I don't recommend it to anybody.
Dr. Peter Brigham says they give you a chemical lobotomy. So they pretty much make you where you're like a zombie.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they literally, the Zyprexa and the lithium and the Risperidone, they all eat away at your nervous system. Our nervous system is our link between our soul, and the physical plane. And when you eat away at our link between our soul and the physical plane, you can't feel as much, It's destroyed my psychic ability, and it goes after parts of your brain. It is so freaking archaic. It's pathetic what they're doing to people, in there. It's just ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I mean, why can't they make a drug that just strokes you out and makes you droopy, Why do they have to give people drugs that actually destroy their brains and destroy their nerves,
Because they don't care and they want to kill you.
Exactly. And I just wanted to mention, didn't Edward Snowden, I was involved with FFCHS a few years ago. God, I can't believe how many years have gone by. That's back in 2014. And, this was a grassroots movement. And I just rejoined these calls a few weeks ago. And there are like 100 videos out, on targeting and documentaries. So this movement has grown exponentially. And I really think that the movement is on the verge of a big breakthrough, and I think that everybody's going in the right direction. And I think I recall Edward Snowden. Is he still in Russia?
Yes,
He inspired a bill or something like that. Remember, what he did inspired a bill to be passed against against surveillance or something like that. But if one man can do it, I think that we really are on the verge of a breakthrough, and I think we should keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they're getting scared. They're getting scared, and they're running for cover. And that's why your targeting has become erratic, up and down. I think a lot of plugs are getting pulled here and there. And I think you may possibly very soon see perps once again. I was hoping for months back, walking forward, giving themselves up with the hardware.
And giving it to who, though? Giving it to who? To the people
surrendering
they
it
to the police.
I would personally love to be the one, and it would have to be filmed by 3 people from 3 different angles of perp walking up and surrendering, giving his name, okay, and surrendering his, whatever site he goes to, whatever equipment he may have, over to us. And then,
why would they do that, Frank?
Why would they? So they don't get killed. That's why. Because people are getting angry. Okay, targets all over the world have had enough. And what's going to happen is one of these perps is going to walk out of a courthouse, and that's going to be it right there. I mean,
but that's why they're killing police officers too.
Well, they don't want.
I think some of the police officers that are getting killed are the ones that are getting attacked, and I think that is a targeted person who just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, well, a lot of targets are driven to suicide, and you just have to hold on and retain that positive attitude that I've always spoke of, and that's echoing down the hallways of targeting. I hear it all the time now, and it's great to hear.
Humble yourself. Yeah, humble.
Yeah, because that's.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi. I kind of came in the middle of this discussion back an hour ago, but about 6 years ago, I had some voice to skull demonstrated to me. It was only twice. And it scared me to the point I had heard about it. I didn't know much about it. And it really freaked me out pretty bad. And I'm a believer in firearms, in having something to defend yourself by way of a handgun or a rifle or an assault rifle or whatever. And the voice to skull happened, and about 2 days after it happened, I was so nervous and scared about it and stuff. I threatened the police department here in this town or just anywhere, but I said mentally, I knew quite a bit about telepathy back then. Go figure. Back then, I knew that they could. I was having that demonstrated to me a lot, especially when I went grocery shopping. The synthetic mind reading techniques of clearing a shelf out and right before you get there, it's gone. And I have a story to tell about that, but I'll go into that at some other time. But and I just went ahead and threatened the PD here in Alton City.
Go into it now.
And I went into the grocery store and I asked for a certain item to go look in the back of the stock area if they had it back there, and they said no, we're fresh out like that. And I went to the parking lot, got in my truck, drove around the block about 3 or 4 times. About 25, 30 minutes later, went back into the store and practically ran in. There it was. They were fresh out. They didn't have it in the store. But anyway, that's a different deal. And I caught them in the act of their stalking me, but the synthetic telepath, they read my mind long before I got there and got it off of the shelf. And they moved it over to another aisle or something like that just to get it out of my range. And I was frightened by the voice to skull so bad. I threatened the police department with my if you guys, I didn't say it out loud. I'm saying it now out loud, but I let them know that I'd go down there and just hammer the shit out of that police department if they ever started torturing me with the voice to skull. And that was 6 years ago. 2 times I got hammered by them with voice to skull. I said, I'll hammer your asses back. I have the stuff to do it with. And I made it clear that a bunch of those stupid pigs that are down there in that police station are going to die. 6 years ago.
Can I just make a comment while we're talking about the police?
Don't ever say that, Mark. Don't ever say that. I wish you didn't say that. Damn.
Yeah.
Please.
Damn.
Can I comment, please?
Sure.
We're talking. Oh, Jesus Christ. We got to be careful what we say about the police department.
Sure.
They're not our friend. They're not our friend. And so when somebody says to the police being, sir, please, when the people say,
can make a whole department look bad.
Sir, no one interrupted you. What I'm saying is this: someone made a comment earlier about the police being murdered. Don't ever pin that or associate that with TIs, because now you're setting us up even more so. And I know it wasn't done deliberately, but we have to be careful about what we say here. Anytime a cop, a police officer, law enforcement is murdered, whoever committed that crime will be captured. Sir, I'm not talking about you, and please don't keep interrupting me. Whenever someone in law enforcement loses their life, the person that committed that crime will be caught. And what I'm saying, someone said earlier that maybe it's the TIs killing some of these cops out of frustration and anxiety. No, don't label a TI like that unless you know for certain that the TI committed that crime, because now we're being set up even more so to be attacked and to be labeled by the public. So we have to be careful about what we say, and especially when it comes to law enforcement.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
And I'm not a cop hater. My brother was a federal officer. He worked for he worked in very close proximity with the CIA. And I respect law enforcement. I do. I respect law enforcement agents of every branch, and they've pretty much kept their distance. They're in the program and they stalk me, but they haven't put me on the voice to skull. I rest my case.
You know, Mark, that is not their call.
I'm the one that said that.
The cops are not handlers. They're really the perps on the lower level. You got the handler who is up 3 levels, and they will make an algorithm for you.
Sure. They stalk me in their cars constantly.
Well, they are the ground level perp.
Yes.
I'm
and
the
that
one that
doesn't
made
bother
that
me.
comment.
They don't scare me anymore. They don't scare me anymore in their cars. They don't.
Can I make a comment? You know, I brought that up, and I didn't think it was anything wrong with really talking about that, because there have been discussions about mass shooters where, you know, and we've all talked about people who were targeted that became mass shooters, and, you know, specifics about, you know, how the FBI allowed one particular mass shooter told somebody gave a command to stand down for 20 minutes and allowed this mass shooter to continue killing people for 20 minutes, and then they went in. And it's been other discussions about how this technology and the constant targeting is pushing people to the point of murder. You know, so we've had this conversation before on this line.
Yeah.
So I didn't think it was anything wrong with mentioning that.
I live 23 miles from Dallas, where 5 cops died during a protest march. There was a march that was being led through downtown Dallas by the police department, and some idiot started shooting on the crowd below, and were targeting the police officers primarily. That was their main focus, whoever it was that was doing that. And my heart went out to those officers that died. My brother was a street cop, and he became a federal cop. And I respect the police, law enforcement on the civil side and on the federal side. The Secret Service, the CIA, the FBI, I respect them all. Don't get me wrong on what I just told you. There's something to be said for being able to defend yourself. That's all I was trying to convey.
Right. And the reality is that these officers, when they got their job, they went through whatever training they were supposed to go through. They took an oath. These officers took an oath, and some of the cars that you see says we should serve and protect. They are supposed to serve and protect the community. They are not supposed to be targeting the community. They took an oath to protect the community. So the reality is these police officers are targeting people illegally. They're murdering people slowly through a slow kill, and some of them have been actually given the position purposely and deliberately to be first. And they're standing up, taking an oath, saying we swear to protect the community, and they're not doing it. They're not doing it. So the reality is,
this is a depopulation program, you know, and that's why a lot of people are pretenders.
They're manipulated by the policemen and other areas of law enforcement. All of them are being manipulated into cop on cop crimes that they've committed, and they're going to continue to manipulate officers into situations to commit crimes against each other, cop on cop crimes, and it's mind control, manipulated criminal activity that's going on inside the departments. They don't know it.
Yes.
It's that subtle.
They know it.
Yeah, they do.
They might know it.
I
They might
can
know
say
it, but they aren't doing anything about it.
Well, no, because they're part of it. And like
They're part
in my
of
case,
it.
I know exactly who's perpetrating me and my family, and it is law enforcement. I do have proof of it. Yeah, and they did take an oath, and unfortunately, they don't take it seriously, and they think that they're above the law, and they're not. I hold my police officer's license. I'm not commissioned right now, but I can tell you this: it's a sad state of affairs. This is what it is.
My heart goes out to the law enforcement agents that die in the line of duty. I would. My brother is still in. I'm not going to say what area of law enforcement, he is federal, and he's still an active, registered law enforcement agent. And if he died in the line of duty, I'm very close to my brother. He lives up in New Hampshire, and I'm here in Dallas. And it would be bad on me. It'd be bad on the family, but it'd be bad on me.
My brother was a cop too. He had a heart of gold. I think he was a very pure cop. He died at 36, and he had just gotten into the Drug Enforcement Agency when he died.
Yeah.
I think there are definitely a lot of good cops still on the police force, and I think that
most definitely, yes.
Yeah, and the dark government, though, has infiltrated it because of how important. I mean, the police forces are very infrastructure of society. I mean, they're the ones that keep the peace, you know, every day. And it's, you know, the dark government, the perps, whoever, whatever name you want to give them, they always go after everybody that's important, you know, because they want to break down, well, you know, because of what they're doing. And I wanted to, if I could comment, several years ago, I really noticed that targeted individuals are very special people. That I really think that overall, I think that it goes after people that have a very high consciousness, that have the ability to change the world for the better. And I personally, that's what I've seen, that most targeted individuals are either associated with somebody that has the potential to really move the planet forward, or who has the potential to do that, or who has done that. I don't know. From watching the documentaries, I'm seeing that, you know, there is a new world order that they're trying to achieve, and that they're probably going to be watering. I don't want to say too much negative, but I can kind of see where they're going with that. But anyway, my work, I have the reason why I've been targeted, stuck in the mental institution, blah blah blah, is because I'm working on a political project that will actually bring the end to covert harassment and the end to suffering, and that will actually initiate the new age and the peace that's in the Bible. And it's kind of way out there, but if your minds want to entertain it, I can mention it. They cannot control with technology. Okay, thank you. They cannot control, without technology, the masses cannot be controlled. And when I prayed for my part to bring peace in 2009, what bubbled up was to make galactic contact. I didn't know why, and I had to get some confirmation from my peers, including professional ones who have angels that actually appear to them physically. And it took several years to get confirmation from my friends in order, to really take this seriously. But it also took me several more years to realize that, that our governments have always traditionally had a negative alliance with the negative ETs, and that was called the Ankara Alliance. And what we need to replace that with is a positive alliance with the positive ETs. I mean, not one single person, when I make galactic contact, and of course everybody's done it but me on the planet, the galactic power will permanently, it's because of the role that I have, will permanently shift to God, will permanently shift to the light. And therefore the technology and the galactic power will belong to the benevolent leaders and no longer the corrupt leaders. And that will end covert harassment and the New World Order and all of that. And then we can have, then the abundance can be released and the abundance can be circulated around, and then we'll have the future we've all dreamed of. But nobody has disagreed with me. I think I mentioned the other night, I was on the phone with somebody that owns 3 Ford dealerships, and when I told him this, that without galactic power they cannot control, and he said, that's very true, I agree with you. I've been invited by the French government to make galactic contact over the telephone. I've had another contact in Pakistan, and I have the United Nations follows me on Facebook. So anyways, I just wanted to mention that, that it's technology, like you guys talk, it's technology, and it's the misuse of technology. It's just that.
Marilyn, would you do me a favor? And you have my email address, I'm sure. Could you write me with your ideas? And I encourage everybody else to do the same, because everyone that's been on this call tonight has contributed some really fantastic stuff. So can you all come Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? I mean, most of you do, but there's some that don't, probably because of work or other.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to ask that girl who just spoke how we can find her online.
I have my personal Facebook. I use my spiritual name just because that's what I use in my social circles, is Malika. So it's Malika von Meister. And then I have my pinned post, which has sort of my thesis in it. I also decoded the Antichrist figure, so I know who controls the Illuminati. And nobody has disagreed with me. And that group site is called The Divine Shekinah is With Us Now, Cosmic Peace. And for my targeted individual outlet, I have targeted individuals are special, and I've got over 200 people that follow me there. And I gave them the phone number, Frank, to your calls.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I also, I also raised a prosperity fund from George Bush Sr., and I can't get my hands on the money, and yet my whole life is laden with bribery of people, of officials, of some of the police, of the gang stalkers, and so on. And, well, I did talk to you, Frank, about it, but if anybody would like to, who's very, very psychic or who can sense that, this trust fund is being extorted and can help me get my hands on it or help connect me to, to George Bush Jr. or Hillary or Bill Clinton, I need to do that really, really badly. It's It's for the future. It's a future trust fund for free energy, for the abundance, and for the care of all of life. And I think it's been getting used that way. It's been honored in the Olympics and the opening ceremonies in China. And my work has been honored really. It's all over the world. But on a personal level, I have a lot of isolation because of the, the level of adversity that I have and all of the harassment. But if anybody's interested in helping me get it, let me know, and I will share it with everybody. So,
You have my email address, correct?
Yours? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I have yours. Yeah. And I'm putting information together for you. I mean, okay. I'm working on getting in touch with you. Okay, yeah, I have the key. I have the 2 keys, and I need help doing it because I do not present very well right now, and I'm very, very shy. But I actually do have the 2 keys that will end suffering and that will fuel, financially fuel the planet. But I do need help with it. So yeah, I will continue to get in touch with you.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the only reason why I'm targeted. The only freaking reason why I'm targeted. And when you look up my name, Catherine von Meister, I got smeared in the press, and it's really, really bad. So, FYI, I did not murder my pets. Two agents bought a $500,000 house right next door to me. I was in a log house. They put 10 gang stalkers downstairs. They put appliances downstairs. They broke into my house. They broke the lock on the front door. They clipped the phone line out to the pole. They deleted half my internet accounts. They cracked my pipes and flooded the house. And they took my pets and they ate them for dinner, and they planted lots of transmitters. So I had covert technology, electrical beams that also shot them down, and then I got framed for it. So I haven't been able to I have to get a hacker that will clean up that smearing of the press on the internet. It is a really, really bad smear campaign. I'm an advocate for the animals. I'm an animal communicator. I'm one of the mothers to the animal kingdom. I did not hurt my pets. They were murdered in cold blood right in front of me, and I'm very, very traumatized by it, or I'm very distraught over it. And I need to get an attorney, and I need to put some resources together. And if anybody, would like to donate, I need some money for my driver's license because my perps destroyed my driver's license, and to get an attorney, to clean up the situation. But I am very, very pure. I've never heard anything. I have to pray in the summertime to kill the flies in my house. So I talked to the bears. I put food out for the bears and the foxes, so I have not hurt anything. I'm the mother to the animals, and it's freaking insane what they do to you. They take you and they do the exact opposite of what your virtues are and what your positive qualities are, and they portray you as the opposite. So thanks for letting me share that. It took me like 2 months now, Frank, to get that out.
Thank you so much. And
Thank you for saying all that.
I encourage you to write. And, yeah.
Okay, I will. I'll continue. Thank you. And, yeah, please get in touch with me, please.
Yeah, I certainly will.
And as far as how she closed that with what these perpetrators do, portraying you as the exact opposite.
Very correct.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. And so, I don't know, I just wanted to say I agree.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I certainly do too. We've got a lot of good people here tonight. I can't say it enough times. What happened to Luda? She's either there and muted or not there. Yeah, it's been a rough road, and we've got a lot more rough roads to go, but we're doing very well. I just wanted to pass a few things. We have a girl, her name is Dorothy, and she is living in her car, and she needs gas money just to stay warm. And for those of you who would like to help, I will say the phone number, and I will also put it in the chat. The phone number is 229-356-6602. $10 worth of gas would last a long time towards keeping her warm.
What's the number again?
229-356-6602. And again, her name is Dorothy. That's now in the chat. And I wanted you to stay.
What state is that, Frank? This is Lorraine. What state?
I think that's South Carolina, I believe. But I think we can look up that area code.
Yeah, that's not a familiar area code. 229.
Okay, let me punch that in and see what we come up with. Okay, that's funny. That comes up. Okay, it's Georgia. 229 is Albany, Georgia.
Yeah, but people do move and they keep their numbers sometimes. So.
Right.
Yeah, it says Albany, Valdosta. What the heck, caller 92?
Hey, what do you all think about TED Talk?
Excuse me?
What do you think about TED Talk?
I've heard some of it, and I've actually posted a couple in our newsletter, a couple of videos. And some of them are worth listening to, others aren't. So I would encourage listening to them. And you yourself can rule out what doesn't work or, what seems incorrect.
I mean, can anybody do set up a TED Talk? Like, can someone being targeted do a TED Talk presentation and show evidence? Because you have a wide audience.
Yes, I will get on that tomorrow, and I will find out the answers. I think that I could, or anyone here that would like to present something could. But
I would love to do some of my evidence on TED Talk.
Okay, I will put a note over here.
Frank, I've been interviewed by a woman. She's a non-TI. Her name is Megs, B, Meegsb. She has a YouTube channel, and she's become interested in targeted individuals, has been interviewing them, and she actually compiled some of my evidence because a part of the stalking that she was fascinated with is the satanic symbolism and witchcraft. And that is something that they're doing to me, and I've collected a lot of evidence of that, and she has compiled in a video. You can go on to her channel, Meegsb, and type in my name, Lorraine, and you can see the evidence that she's placed up there. And also the woman who said that, she doesn't murder her pets. We don't murder our pets, but they do. And there's a Facebook page I created called Targeted Pets. And if you want to see what they did to my pets, you can go on there. But I warn you that they removed the eyes of 2 of my cats and threw one under a house and one out in the rain the day after Christmas. So they do these despicable things to some people. And they did it to me because I have a 501c3 nonprofit cat rescue. So, what she said about how they take everything that you're good at and reverse it, that's exactly what they did. They went into my house. They destroyed all of my cat equipment, my floors. They want to make it look like my cats did it. But they didn't do that. pour urine all over the house, all over my books, satanic symbols etched in my furniture, Illuminati symbols, Freemason symbols, X's, Y's, zigzags, and everything's done in threes. They've cut branches off the trees. So yeah, this stuff really does happen. And I know that all of the campaigns seem to be focused on the electronic harassment, all of the things that are very difficult to prove. But you can prove that somebody's broken into your house. You can see it on the locks. You can see it on your windows. You can prove that somebody's done something intentionally to trees and plants and things like that. I don't see enough of that being mentioned. When people break into your house and steal things, it's burglary. These are all crimes. The electronic harassment, I'm experiencing that too. But I think we also need to focus on the things that we can immediately prove and get immediate relief on those things. Thank you for letting me share that.
Oh, anytime, Lorraine. Hey, John.
I agree with what she just said, and not to bring up symptoms of targeting, but yeah, I was also flooded with a bunch of symbolism, stationing of people in pentagram T-shirts. It looks like all of a sudden there's a satanic cult holding a damn protest or something, but not that drastic. But a group of people that are trying to look satanic, showing up various places where you go, and it's obvious that these people aren't part of some satanic movement, that they're dressed up like that. I've seen a lot of ridiculous symbolism on bumper stickers, in traffic mobbing type situations that would lend toward the darker side of things. And I've had some pretty weird experiences with people making obscure noises and chanting type situations too that I don't want to be long-winded about. But
yeah.
I just look at that and I just say, if that's where your headspace is, that you're going to freak me out with your dark side or whatever, whatever. I just water under the bridge type stuff. And, in my particular situation, I definitely thought about collecting evidence and kind of second guessed myself, where I was like, what am I going to do? Take a bunch of pictures of these bumper stickers, take a bunch of pictures of these symbols and say, I think this is here to bug me. Take a bunch of pictures of people standing outside the grocery store and say, look at all these people in this satanic looking garb. I think they're here to bug me. So I didn't collect a bunch of evidence. Well, if they show up
at your front door too, if they're there and then you see them on your block.
Yeah, they haven't really done that with the symbolism stuff in front of my property. But like I said earlier, I mean, tonight, I got a guy's license plate number, obviously stalking me, obviously harassing me. They try and be smart in the sense that they don't want you to catch the same perp twice. At least in my case, they do that.
I've seen the same perp multiple times.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have too, just the other day, a guy, I was talking to a friend of mine, and a perp jogged by the house, and I said, that guy's a stalker, and my friend said, he looks like a jogger to me. And you know what? The first couple times I saw this guy, I thought he was a jogger too. But after the third time I saw him, I realized that guy hasn't broken a sweat, and he does not live in this neighborhood. And every time he jogs by in a particular color shirt, within a minute or two, here comes somebody walking a dog in the identical colored shirt. It's organized stalking.
Yeah.
And I said to my friend, I said, what we could do to really mess with that guy is follow him and make him jog, because he's getting dropped off down the block and he's getting picked up down the block. So it ruined his day if he actually had to go for a run. That's all I can say about it.
Well, it's interesting when you said that about the T-shirts, because I was talking on the phone with another TI, and I said, you know what, we need to stop calling ourselves targeted. Just, say that we're the chosen ones. we're chosen. So about a week later, I walk into my local post office, and out comes a woman. I mean, she obviously stole my SD card, but she was wearing a T-shirt that said "Chosen One." I mean, so.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Well, that's
anybody?
kind of wild right there.
Lorraine, were you able, I'm just curious, and I know your situation too, were you able to do any police reports and document what happened to your beloved kitties?
Oh, yeah.
And,
I haven't done anything with the police when it comes to my cats. I'm doing other things. I'm doing other things.
I know you are. Yeah, I know.
No, I have to focus on the things I can prove. Okay, I have to focus on the things that I can prove, and until I get all my other cats autopsied, which is about $1,000. So I can't prove anything right now on my cats. Other than that, I mean, cats don't die at 1.5 years old.
I know.
They don't die at 3.
I'm wondering if you just put a report together. This is my personality, but it might not work for you. A report together with the photographs of your cats, even though you want more evidence for it. And you filed a police report and at least got a police report number, so you documented it with the police. And I
hear what you're saying, but you don't know my situation. I've already filed 9 police reports. And after I filed the last police report, they decided they were going to take me to the emergency room because I was paranoid. Okay? So no, I'm not going to be filing any more police reports. The next report I'm going to be filing is called a lawsuit.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I hear you. I didn't know if they were both connected. So yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But no, I've had it. Because not only, and I can't say that I know everybody's situation, but in mine in particular, I am not only being stalked by police, I am being targeted by police because the person that elected me into this program is married to a cop, and she is a fraud. And I caught her. So it's all about covering other people's asses and to discredit me. So, no, I'm being harassed by police. They show up at my front door for no reason. They call for no reason, leave me messages. They show up where I'm shopping and headlight me.
Yeah, I hear you. I have both targeting by the police as well as a few of them watch my back. So I have both going on, and I've had a number of experiences where they should have sanctioned somebody that was breaking the law towards me instead of me, and I'm really pissed off about it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying all the police. At my local police department, there is a group of police officers that are very corrupt, and it includes the chief of police. And it's not all the police there. It's not. I mean, some of them are not in the know.
It's hard when it's the chief, though, because he carries quite a bit of clout.
Well, no, this chief doesn't carry any clout. If you read the lawsuit his own police officer filed against him, he's a disgusting, despicable And I don't like the word pig because pigs are wonderful, intelligent animals, and it's the year of the pig. And I figure it's the year of the pig. A lot of these police officers are going down. A lot of them across the country are silently going to prison.
Yeah, I have
There's
the same
not a
problem
lot
with
about
it.
it. There's not a lot about it, but every time I look in the paper, another one's getting is getting pulled off.
It's really good that we're talking like this so openly about it.
Yeah, it's you have to get it out. If you got something on your
It's
mind.
really painful. I have to say
It is.
it's really painful.
It's horrible. I mean, retired. My cousin is a retired police lieutenant. I dated a cop. I dated a fire chief, and and in my local police department, it's despicable that they harass me. Despicable. But one of their own police officers filed a lawsuit against the chief of police, the police department, and my township. And the last I heard, they were in a settlement. And the settlements, they went into settlements the day after Ramola D, and I discussed the lawsuit. She posted it on her website.
Can I interrupt? I have to
yeah.
Just for 1 second. The woman you're speaking to, I don't have your name right. Can I have your name?
It's Malika, Frank. And I'm sorry, there's a lot of hacking on my phone, and so you're getting some noise from the hacking. It's not anything that I'm doing.
Okay, I have a gentleman that wants to help you. So
thank you.
I'm going to give him your phone number. Is that okay?
Please do. Yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you. I love putting two people together that can help each other.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that right now.
Well, I have a dream. If I can get connected to my prosperity fund, we're all going to have mansions, and it would be so exciting. Go ahead, Lorraine.
Thank you, Linda. I was just about ready to say that.
I didn't say anything.
Well, I know you were getting ready to.
Oh. You talking to me, Frank? No, I was just going out and getting some water. No,
oh, okay.
I didn't know I was on mute. Hi, Frank. What were you going to say? What was I going to say?
I don't know, but I thought you were going to comment. But it's a pleasure having you on the call, by the way.
Thanks, Frank. But I want to say something to you. If you think that I'm talking too much on the call, I've kind of pulled back a little bit. A couple of members have yelled at me for talking too much.
No,
no. Well, if I do, I want you to tell me.
You know something?
Huh.
I don't think there's really any such thing with you. So, I mean, because you can take over the call and you can moderate, and you just handle yourself well with topics and people. So that's not a problem, Linda, at all.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Never has been.
You just talk and talk and talk and talk. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Anyway, okay. Thank you. I hope I try to help.
Thank you so much. Well, we've got a good crew here.
Yeah,
and,
you do.
Especially tonight. And we've got a lot of new TIs, and we've got, the old guard, we can call ourselves, I guess, because we're the
old people.
And but we've got a lot of good people, and I encourage the people that have been on this call tonight to return Monday.
Yeah. Well, it's a good idea. That way you can keep some continuity, and maybe really we can build some momentum that will continue. I think the fact that our calls have all been on different, we used to have just like one a night per person.
Yeah.
I think that tended to keep us sort of fragmented, and we have been fragmented. And somebody else was talking about, we should be able to get together. And when Melinda came on and said, it just doesn't happen. Well, that's kind of true so far. Even Do you remember when Tyrone Dew and he had Pete Santilli and he had been talking about getting down there to up there to the White House for gosh, a long time. And I think like 8 people showed up, bless his heart, and he talked about it for a long time. But I think we need to assuage our nervousness about leaving our homes because that's a big one for most of us.
Yeah.
And, well, we can do it. We can do it. I just think continuity is what we need.
Yeah. We can all, if we can all move like as one, that works. And if you're going to go somewhere like far away from home, like give me a call or give Linda a call or Linda call somebody else. We should have what we used to have, and that was like a phone tree. That's what we called it. Kate Ryan started it. And we used to have one person that would call, and that person was supposed to call someone else, but the link always got broken by somebody who wasn't there, or
Yeah. Okay. Keith Capshar.
Yes.
He wanted to start, and I think this was a good idea, but Darlene was very much against it. Darlene over at FCHS.
Yeah.
She was against it. But Keith wanted to start like a community where we would, if somebody didn't check in for like a week, then we would start calling that person, and we could have a list of names and phone numbers and then kind of a schedule, to kind of make sure that we're all okay, check in at least once a week. I thought that sounded like a pretty good idea.
It is a good idea, and I'll tell you that we've already done it on Facebook because we had Facebook TIs, and we still do. They're new faces, but they're still TIs. And I used to get a message from somebody saying, "Oh, well, have you seen so and so? We haven't seen her for like 4 weeks." And it turned out that this person, we thought she had passed away, and a reliable source that called there, I guess, said that she did pass away. But you know something, the really terrible thing about it was she was alive, but she then passed away this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was really something. But yeah, it works. It works really well.
Yeah, we tend to feel kind of isolated, alone, and like what's going to happen if all of a sudden I'm in the streets and that kind of stuff. And we can just kind of be there for each other. I think it's a really important kind of take back our isolation kind of thing.
Yeah, dealing on a personal level strengthens all of us so that we can fight the things that aren't on a personal level.
Exactly, Frank. If we know we're secure, if we know that we're secure emotionally because we've got friends that really care, we're going to be braver. We're going to feel better about doing what we want to do or what we have to do.
Yeah, if people know that they can call you or they can call me, and they already do, and I have tons of people calling, and it doesn't matter. I mean, I've had people call in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter if you're scared or, you feel like something's not right. Just call.
Yeah.
We'll talk, and that's what you need. Just somebody to share. Share is the big word. And Facebook picked up on that, and that's what propelled them to where they are, the word share. And that's what we have to do, share our experiences.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest strengths of AA is that no matter what, there's always someone who can hear you, who will listen, no matter what time of day or night, like you said. If it's in the middle of the night, it's okay because somebody will be there for you. And that community, as we know, has mushroomed and is all over the world now, a very strong community. And that's one of the main things that keeps it together is the ability to know you're safe.
And another thing that keeps them together are their numbers. And that's what I'm trying to get a hold of. Where are all the other TIs? So, a lot of people, where's the last one? Somebody just mentioned the name, Pakistan. I've gotten emails from somebody in Pakistan, Iran, nobody from Iraq, but the person from Iran was fleeing the government and going to Turkey. So I still have his email address.
Yeah.
And I have somebody with a very, very long country number that I text every day.
Takes you forever, doesn't it?
The country number is like a phone number.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
God bless you. I know Japan. You know, a lot of TIs in Japan. They have their own TI Day thing, right? When we all
right.
had it over here, and Poland has a pretty good number of apparently of TIs. It's interesting that Iraq is not connecting. Maybe they're
I know.
scared.
Fragmented there. I just wanted to interject something too. Billboards and posters just rolled out at Terminal 21 shopping mall in the Sukhumvit district of Bangkok, Thailand. And it's being displayed on 54 screens outside and throughout this high-end shopping mall.
What a clever way to do this. It's
Yeah.
on all these screens. Oh, whoa.
Next up, Super King bus sign in downtown Vancouver, Canada.
Wow, good.
And that's so that Vancouver knows what happened to Matthew, you know?
Yeah.
That's kind of like Vancouver, wake up, you know?
Yeah.
Frank,
Yes.
may I interject something? You know,
Sure.
you talk about numbers and why TIs don't come forward.
Right.
And I can tell you that there are many more TIs that don't know they're TIs than those who do. I see them constantly every day in my building. They are targeted. They are not hit with the, I don't think they're hit with V2K, but I know they're harassed with electronics. And I've seen their health deteriorate. I've seen them blow up. I've seen them have cellulitis, feet, all kinds of neuropathy, the same things that we suffer. They name them according to the medical field. So I can tell you from my own experience in traveling as well that there are so many more TIs that don't know they're TIs. And
I think you're right.
they're just sitting back and they don't want to come forward and they just want to listen. And no, they're no place to be found. I'll tell you what happened. A quick story. There was a fellow, his name was Joshua. It was on the Buffalo News. It was on every station. It was on the radio. It was on TV. They were trying to find out what was wrong with him, where they were driving him back and forth to Albany, back and forth to Syracuse. He was so targeted. It was incredible. And the family kept taking him to one medical facility after another. Went to Cleveland Clinic, went all over the place, but nobody would say he was targeted. The kid finally couldn't go to school at age 16. He couldn't function into school. He was so tormented, and he finally committed suicide. So you tell me that this thing isn't going on 100 times a day throughout the world.
It is. I've got I have a formula. It's easy. It's made up of 25 percentiles. And 25% of us are right here on the calls, doing the activism and following, okay? Another 25% are the ones that you are talking about. Another 25% are in state hospitals. And I think the other 25% possibly are in jail.
That could be. I agree with you totally.
As our guest this evening. Now, he went to, I'm not familiar with the gentleman. Laura actually gave me his information. But he went to the television station to try and bring this to their attention. And I guess he was, let's just say he had a bad targeting day because he shot and killed someone and took someone else as hostage. But he did his time since 1984. But that's what he was all about. He ended up in jail. So how many other TIs are in jail for 20 or 30 years for something?
Incidentally, your guest was extremely articulate.
Yes.
And very, I can't say, I don't know how he was educated, but he spoke better than a lot of people who weren't in jail and were free to learn and study and research and better themselves. And I was impressed with his.
I have his YouTube video. If anybody would like to have it.
We listened to it, didn't we?
Yeah, but I mean, there's some people that came on afterwards that didn't.
It was really good.
You know, maybe we could have something like, ask people, you know, do you feel, I'm sorry, were you still going? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Luda. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that was my end.
Okay.
I thank you for the time.
Hey,
thank
Luda,
you.
Did you receive those packages? Operating system and Outlook?
I left you a message. Outlook came, West did not. It needs to be tracked. It never appeared.
You know, I sent you an email about that.
How am I going to receive email?
I don't know. Your friend?
My whole
okay, how can
computer's
I get you an
destroyed.
email? Because
how big is the computer?
Operating system.
How big is the
system?
Luda, how big is the computer? Is it a small one? Is it a laptop? What is it?
It's a satellite laptop.
Okay, a satellite. Okay,
I have Windows on it. This is the whole problem.
Chromebook?
It's got to have Windows 7, not 10.
Okay. Well, I work on computers, and I would be more than happy to look at it for you, no charge. Just send it to me, and I'll send it back.
Well, I'll tell you what. After tomorrow, I'll know more because I'm going to see Mr. Mason.
Okay.
And we're going to see if it's salvageable, these programs and everything. I've worked out with Freedom Scientific about my screen reader today, what has to be done there. But everything is so destroyed that we're going to have to see. But I was very surprised that the OS didn't arrive, James. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, I thought you would receive your email. See, I could go, maybe you just don't know, but I could go on to like anywhere and get my email.
I can't even turn on my computer.
Okay, well, if you had access to somebody else's, how can I get you something by email? It's it's the number for the OS. There's a valid license that I got, so all you have to do is get it. I could send it to anybody.
Send it to Mike Mason.
Mike Mason? Okay. Do I know his?
Or 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow.
What's his email? Is he getting?
PM.
He's on Facebook.
What is it, Linda? Pirate Life? Something.
James.
I don't know. I just had a phone number. I don't know what his thing is.
Mike is on Facebook, James. Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
What about Facebook?
Mike Mason is on Facebook. You can get him there if you need to connect with him.
Okay, so I want to send him the license for Windows 7 that I sent to Luda, but she can't get it because she doesn't have access to her email.
No.
Well, hopefully you can. Hopefully
the perps know my email, and if it's something important, they won't let me receive it.
Exactly.
They totally control every keystroke of my computer. Every keystroke.
All right, I'll send it to Mike Mason. I mean, how are you going to get it?
I'm going to be there.
They live near each other.
Oh, you're going?
Yeah, he lives
all right.
with me.
Okay, well, I could have done that in the first place because it's.
He's one of the.
I got that.
You were sending a disc. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, I also have Windows 7 Home Edition with a license. So.
If I get stuck, I may call upon you, Mr. Frank.
No problem.
Yeah, because I'm spaced 2 weeks down, and it's killing me right now. I'm destroying everything that I ever built up. My moderated, I have 3,500 people in a genealogy group I moderate. I don't know what's going on with that thing.
Okay.
I mean, there's so many things. My editors They're crazy with me. I have deadlines. I can't do anything. I'm so stuck.
Yeah, you have to figure out that that's very important, and you need to get going on that. Now, when
I'm going to
yeah.
see what happens tomorrow. I got some old discs and just see if we can restore anything. If we can't, then I may call upon you.
Does it start at all?
When you turn it on, my JAWS does not start. It goes to a screen that says a file has been removed. It shut down perfectly, no problem. I left the building. I came back in 3 hours, and this was what I had, this mess. And you can't do anything with it. I called Microsoft. I talked to my engineer. He said, there's nothing we can do. I called Freedom Scientific, JAWS. They can't do anything.
What did they tell you to do? To put another operating system on? Did they tell you to put another operating system on it?
No. Microsoft was, they deal with me with 7, and they told me, they told me they're going to keep working on 10, but they said it's the buggiest program they ever had. They told me don't use 10 because I don't have for a learning curve.
Why don't you put Android on it?
So I have to use Windows 7, but they didn't give me any good information. I have to go to somebody professional and redo it, repair it. I use recovery discs and all that stuff. So we're going to see what happens. We're just going to see if we can do anything with it because I don't want to impose on so many people. I feel very badly having to ask you people to help me.
This time, when you get the thing up, do an ISO backup on it. And what an ISO backup is, it's actually a screenshot of the whole drive, of the whole system. It'll probably take you 6 or 7 DVDs to do it.
Can you do it on a external hard drive?
Yeah.
I have a terabyte external hard drive.
I'd like to find out how to do that.
Yeah, it's easy. It's in Windows 10. You have to dig for it in Windows 10.
I'm not using Windows 10. That's a trouble. I'm using Windows 7.
Yeah, hold on a second. I was just answering his question. In Windows 7, it's one of the options. You can use Windows old backup, or you can do ISO backup, which is the best.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, .iso, backup.iso. And that takes a snapshot of the drive. So how much of your terabyte drive have you used?
0. It's brand new.
Oh, okay, great.
Can I say something, Frank?
On sale at best $25.
Something really important, and what she's saying, it's really imperative that has to do with what she's saying. I'm really afraid for her, and I'm afraid for others as well as myself. I don't know how this is going on, who's doing it, and how it's happening. But I haven't had any problems with this bank, this little tiny bank I've had since 2014. $15,000 just went missing out of my account between today and yesterday. My friend banks with Wells Fargo. He said his bank card wasn't working. It says cyber security event 22 hours ago. There is something major going on. I know people told me the Marriotts were all taken offline. They were having to go to all kinds of other places because of the fires and being misplaced and floods and mudslides and whatever in California. So watch out. You better check with your bank. Guess what I'm going to be doing? Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be with the police. I don't bank online. I'm going to be with the police at the bank tomorrow morning, sharp and early.
Good.
Hold on one second. Okay, I have to do something very important. And just hold on.